sergeants please start their recordings?
Recording in progress.
PC recording has started.
Cloud recording all set.
Thank you, and good morning, and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing of Twin Parks Citywide Task Force on Fire Prevention, jointly with the Committee on Fire and Emergency Management and the Committee on Housing and Buildings. At this time, would all council members and staff please turn on their video? To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices on vibrate or silent mode. If you wish to submit testimony, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. We are ready to begin.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this hearing. I am Councilmember Oswald Feliz, Councilmember to the 15th District in the Bronx, and I am Chair to the Special Committee, the Twin Parks Citywide Task Force on Fire Prevention. I am joined today by the Chair of the Committee on Fire and Emergency Management, Councilmember Joanne Ariola, and Chair of the Housing and Buildings Committee, Councilmember Pirina Sanchez. I would also like to acknowledge council members that are here today, both in person and virtually. Council members Kagan, Holden, De La Rosa, Carr, Caban, Hudson, Barron, and Aviles. And also Council member Eric Denowitz. And Hanif. Before getting into specifics of today's joint hearing, I want to begin by acknowledging the tragic fire that occurred in my district on Sunday, January 9th, resulting in the deaths of 17 individuals, including 8 children, and the hospitalization of dozens with life-threatening injuries due to smoke inhalation. Let us take a moment of silence to acknowledge those who lost their lives in this tragic event. Thank you. At today's hearing, we have one overarching goal: figure out what can be done to limit the occurrence of residential fires and prevent the deadly results witnessed at the Twin Parks tragedy. To this end, we hope to examine the enforcement of existing laws to ensure city agencies have robust inspection protocols, and we also hope to discuss legislative proposals aimed to strengthen local fire safety standards to ensure all New Yorkers are protected within their homes. We're also hoping to hear from the administration about the city's response to the Twin Parks fire, from the initial bravery of our first responders to efforts to help displaced tenants and ongoing post-incident measures taken by the administration, including the executive order recently issued by Mayor Adams last month. Additionally, the committees will hear testimony on several bills related to fire safety. I am the sponsor of 2 of those bills. First, Introduction 104, which will provide clarity to existing requirements pertaining to self-closing doors by adding a definition of self-closing door to the administrative code as it is used within the Housing Maintenance Code. Next, Introduction 105, which would reduce the amount of time provided to landlords when correcting self-closing door violations from 21 days to 10 days. And it will also require subsequent re-inspections by HPD, and will also provide higher fines for bad actors. We have a lot to get to today, so I will now turn the microphone over to Council Member and the chair of the Housing and Buildings Committee, Council Member Pirina Sanchez.
Thank you so much, Chair Feliz. Good morning. I am Council Member Pirina Sanchez, Chair of the New York City Council's Committee on Housing and Buildings. I want to echo the remarks of my co-chair, Councilmember Feliz, and thank all of you for attending this important hearing. I would like to thank Councilmember Feliz for all that you have done to support your community. And I'd like to also thank the Bronx Borough President for being present for the community as well. And I'd also like to thank our co-chair, Councilmember Areola, for holding this joint hearing today. 17 lives were lost unnecessarily on January 9th, 2022. Some of our community leaders powerfully repeated the refrain in those days that those families, those children, would still be with us today if they were not from the Bronx. In fact, in New York City, structural fires like the devastating 5-alarm fire that took place at Twin Parks Northwest overwhelmingly take place in community districts where the majority of residents are Black and Hispanic, per an analysis of the New York City Fire Incident Dispatch data by Documented. In this hearing today, and in our work as leaders for the City of New York, we must interrogate why. We cannot leave any stone unturned in scrutinizing what went wrong, from heating adequacy and code compliance to space heater malfunction, building electrical capacity, resident education, and more. The Bronx is scarred by a history of fires and disinvestment, and we must ensure that our homes are safe into the future and these tragedies can never occur. All gratitude for the first responders who, like they do time and again, jumped in harm's way to prevent greater loss of life. And thanks also to the outpouring of support for the affected families, especially from organizations like the Gambian Youth Organization, Unite My Ummah, the Islamic Cultural Centers, Bronx Mutual Aid Network, Smiling Coast Women Empowerment Network, and so many of our Bronx Muslim and faith leaders like Imam Kaba, who have been there for the community. So as Councilmember Feliz has noted, the oversight topic today is of great importance to the city. The United States has one of the highest rates of fire-related deaths in the industrialized world, with thousands of lives lost each year. Fires kill more Americans than any other natural disasters combined, and they're the third leading cause of accidental death in the home. Heating is the second leading cause of residential fires, and residential fire safety is especially critical in a city as densely populated as ours. Thank you to the agencies for testifying here today and participating with us as we interrogate how we move forward as a city. And in the several months since a tragic fire at Twin Parks Northwest, the city has assessed the approximate cause of the fire and factors that contributed to the deaths and injuries. We've also given consideration to what solutions can make sense. And to that end, we are hearing several pieces of legislation from our colleagues today, each of which aims to bring sensible solutions to the problems that were at play in the horrific building fires earlier this year. These bills represent the beginning of a discussion, as my colleagues and I continue to work on additional legislation as well to improve fire safety and landlord accountability in our buildings. In the Housing Code, Intro 106, sponsored by Councilmember Hanif, would prohibit the sale of electric space heaters unless they have an automatic shutoff mechanism and thermostat functionality, and have been tested and certified by the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission. Intro 115 by Councilmember Hudson seeks to increase the minimum indoor temperatures required during heat season. Intro 131, sponsored by me, would require the FDNY to conduct residential education and outreach regarding the safe operation of space heaters, in addition to other information they provide. We will also hear two pre-considered introductions by Councilmember Carr. The first would require DOB to waive filing fees for permits to alter family dwellings to conform to the New York City Fire Code. The second bill would require carbon monoxide detecting devices in the basements of certain dwellings. And lastly, the committee will hear a pre-considered introduction sponsored by Councilmember Williams, ensuring self-closing doors in residential buildings are inspected every 2 years. You will hear from each of the sponsors regarding their respective pieces of legislation. Thank you, and I would now like to pass it over to my colleague, Councilmember Areola.
Thank you so much. Before I begin, I would just like to acknowledge that Council Members Brewer, Riley, Yeager, and Williams have joined our hearing. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. As Chair Feliz stated earlier, I am Council Member Joanne Areola, and I'm the Chair of the Fire and Emergency Management Committee. Chair Feliz touched upon the reason we are here today, and I would like to express my sincere condolences to all those who lost a loved one in the tragedy that happened at the Twin Parks housing complex. My heart goes out to all of you. I know we have a lot to get done today, and in the interest of time, I will keep my opening brief. There are 8 bills being considered today before the committees, 2 of which are in fire and emergency management. Councilmember Sanchez already spoke about introduction number 106. In addition to that, there's a second introduction, number 131, introduced by Councilmember Sanchez, which would amend the current requirements relating to the fire department's efforts to conduct fire safety education and outreach for residential buildings by requiring that such activities include dissemination of relevant information pertaining to the safe operation of electric space heaters in residential settings. As chair of this committee, I expect to hear from testimony from the fire department on their plan to better enforce fire safety in multiple dwellings and what obstacles the department has faced enforcing our local laws. Additionally, I look forward to hearing testimony from the administration on the package of fire safety bills that are before the committee today, several of which I am co-sponsoring. It is our responsibility as a city to protect and educate the public on how to prevent fires as well as properly respond to a fire when one occurs. It is my hope that we are taking the steps today in strengthening our fire safety protocols and procedures. Again, I look forward to the administration's testimony as well as the members of the public. I would now like to turn the microphone to Josh Kingsley, the committee's counsel.
Thank you, Councilmember. Before we begin, we're going to turn to Councilmember sponsors for their opening statements on the bills. We'll start with Councilmember Hanif, followed by Councilmember Williams and Hudson, who are going to be joining us through Zoom. So Councilmember Hanif, you may go.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm Councilmember Shahana Hanif, and I represent 39th District in Brooklyn. Thank you to the Committee on Fire and Emergency Management, the Committee on Housing and Buildings, the Twin Parks Citywide Task Force on Fire Prevention, and Chairs Ariola, Sanchez, and Feliz for hosting this critical hearing. I deeply appreciate you including Intro 106 on today's agenda. I'm proud to have introduced this bill alongside Public Advocate Jumaane Williams, Chair Sanchez, Councilmember Powers, and Chair Feliz. If passed, this bill would require all electric space heaters for sale in New York City to be equipped with a thermostat, equipped with an automatic shut-off feature that disables the device if it overheats or tips over, and certified by the United States Consumer Product Safety Commission. This devastating Turikunda or Twin Parks fire in Councilmember Feliz's district was caused by a space heater that was on for a prolonged period of time and then overheated. If the heater had a working thermostat, an automatic shut-off feature, it would have turned off and the fire would most likely not have started. Electric space heaters are one of the leading causes of fires. According to the Consumer Product Safety Commission, portable heaters are involved in about 1,700 fires per year nationwide, resulting in about 80 deaths and 160 injuries. Unfortunately, we know we cannot eliminate space heater usage in New York City. While landlords have an obligation to their tenants to provide adequate heating, this obligation is often not met and residents are forced to resort to using heaters to stay warm. It is our duty as a legislative body to ensure that these heaters are as safe as possible in order to prevent future tragedies. This legislation is a common sense approach that will reduce risk and save lives. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support Intro 106 and for the council to pass it expeditiously. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we're going to turn to Councilmember Williams for an opening statement, and she is on the Zoom call.
No, I say you were speaking to somebody about me the other day about old stuff.
Listen, I'm telling you, it's a regular thing. It's
Councilmember
regular.
Williams?
I'm like, y'all, just listen. Listen, I'm not mad at, I'm not mad.
We'll move on to
Councilmember Williams?
Councilmember Williams?
I don't even say anything. That's just
Okay, let's. Sorry about that, everyone. Let's turn on to Councilmember Hudson now.
Good morning, and thank you to Chairs Ariola, Felice, Sanchez for the opportunity to provide a brief statement on my bill, Introduction 115, which would raise the minimum indoor temperatures required of property owners during heat season. Currently, all residential building owners are required to maintain indoor temperatures of at least 68 degrees Fahrenheit between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. when the outside temperature drops below 55 degrees between October 1 and May 31st, aka heat season. They're also required to maintain indoor temperatures of at least 62 degrees between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. regardless of the outside temperature. This bill will raise the minimum required temperature overnight from 62 degrees to 66 degrees. As amended, it will not raise the maximum from 68 degrees as the city is preempted by state law from doing so. This effort comes on the heels of the January 2022 Twin Parks fire, which due to a malfunctioning electric space heater resulted in 17 fatalities. Tenants at a building owned by the same owners as Twin Parks have complained about inadequate heat and said they use space heaters or electric fireplaces to keep warm in the winter. Since the start of the year, the Fire Department of New York has identified at least 9 fires linked to space heaters, on track to outpace the 11 fires from space heaters in 2021. Additionally, I've heard complaints from many constituents, including older adults and people living with young children who are more temperature sensitive, about insufficient heat, forcing them to use space heaters and ovens to keep warm at home. Advocates have long voiced concerns that this type of negligence will only continue to drive tenants to use these unsafe devices to stay warm. Currently, minimum temperature requirements in New York City are lower than in most major cities, including East Coast cities with similar average winter temperatures like Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and Boston, as well as West Coast cities with higher average winter temperatures like Los Angeles. This bill moves us closer to creating an age-friendly city by providing sufficient overnight temperatures for older adults and younger children who are more temperature sensitive. I'm aware of concerns regarding emissions, and I'm committed to ensuring this bill is implemented in a way that does not burden renters or undermine our city's climate goals. It's important to note that tenants are currently using auxiliary sources of heat, like space heaters and ovens, that are likely not energy efficient, let alone safe. This bill is just the first step. I'm committed to working closely with the Mayor's Office of Sustainability and council staff in identifying solutions to these concerns, including support for those who need to update heating systems with newer ones that have modern temperature monitors and regulators. To pit a bill intended to address the deadly economic, racial, and housing inequality in our city with our broader fight for environmental action and justice is an unproductive distraction and undermines the issue at hand. I'd like to thank Public Advocate Jumaane Williams and Councilmember Gail Brewer for their work raising the minimum temperature back in 2017 when the council passed the measure unanimously. I'm proud to build on their work and continue the fight to make New York safe for all, and hope this council will also unanimously support this bill that addresses systemic injustices facing Black and brown New Yorkers. And also thanks to my co-sponsors, Council Members Powers, Felice, Sanchez, Brewer, Hanif, Krishnan, and Stevens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would also like to acknowledge Councilmember Farias, who has joined, and I also want to acknowledge members of the FDNY and HPD, Acting Commissioner Laura Kavanaugh, Chief John Hodgins, Anne Marie Santiago from HPD, and also Anne Marie Hendrickson from HPD. I want to start by stating how thankful I am for the New York City Fire Department. On the Sunday morning of January 9th, we saw a devastating fire in the Bronx, a tragedy that took the lives of 17 individuals, including 8 babies. That morning, we saw firefighters bravely, heroically entering a burning building. We saw them risk their own lives to save the lives of others. We saw firefighters risking their own lives to save the lives of people they had never met. We're very thankful for those firefighters. We're thankful and grateful. The fire started due to the use of a space heater. Space heaters started the fire in this fireproof building, and the fire turned into a tragedy because the self-closing doors in the building were not self-closing. The doors were not self-closing, and it allowed the smoke to inundate the entire building, turning this fire in a fireproof building, turning that fire into the tragedy that we saw that ugly Sunday morning. The tragedy highlighted the need for stronger housing and fire safety laws. Stronger housing and fire safety laws, but also stronger enforcement of housing and fire safety laws. So we have many questions for the FDNY and also for HPD. But before that, we want to provide the floor to the FDNY for opening remarks.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to give instructions for the members of who are on the Zoom call. So as we're doing a remote hearing here, thank you, everyone. I'm Josh Kingsley, Counsel of the Fire and Emergency Management Committee. Before we begin testimony, I want to remind everyone that you'll be on mute before you're called on to testify, after which you'll be unmuted by the host. I will be calling a panelist to testify. Please listen for your name to be called. I will periodically be announcing who the next panelist is. Council members, if you'd like to ask a question, please use the Zoom raise hand function, or those present, please just wave your hand towards me and I will acknowledge you then. All hearing participants should submit testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Okay, I'm going to swear on the panelists. Before we do, we're actually going to pass to Councilmember Carr for an opening statement on his bills. We apologize for the oversight there before, but if Councilmember Carr has a brief second for a statement, we'll then move on to the FDNY.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'll be very brief. Just good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Chair Sanchez, Ariola, and Police for convening this important hearing. Fire safety and prevention are undoubtedly important, and that was never made more clear than after the Twin Parks fire at the start of the calendar year. Last year, the council made great strides towards improving fire safety with the fire code revision adopted in December, and we need to build on that momentum. My two pre-considered introductions can help. The first would allow the buildings commissioner to waive fees related to permits to bring 1, 2, and 3 family dwellings into compliance with fire code changes. We should do everything we can to make it easier for the city's homeowners and property owners to make their families safer in their own homes. The second would require carbon monoxide detectors be installed in basements of multifamily dwellings that are not designated residential units themselves. Often basements in multifamily dwellings are common areas such as laundry rooms, and some are actually illegally converted as residential units. But regardless of the use, carbon monoxide detectors are a must in these areas so that all might be using them are safe. I appreciate our chairs and their teams taking the time to have a hearing on these issues today, and I want to thank their staff for their help, including Jeff Baker, Audrey Sun, Josh Kingsley, Brad Reed, Nicole Bramstead, Peter Spencer, and of course my Chief of Staff, Giuseppe DeZario. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Carr. We'll now turn to the panelists from FDNY and HPD to testify. Before we begin, I will call on you to swear under the oath. Do you affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, before this committee, to answer honestly to councilmember questions?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Ariola, Chair Felice, and all the council members present. My name is Laura Kavanaugh, and I am the Acting Commissioner of the New York City Fire Department. I am joined today by John Hodgins, the Acting Chief of Department for FDNY, as well as colleagues from the Department of Housing Preservation and Development. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about the fire at the Twin Parks housing development and about the legislation introduced by the council in the wake of that terrible tragedy. On the morning of Sunday, January 9th, the fire department received a call about a fire in a duplex apartment in the Twin Parks Northwest building in the Bronx. The building has 120 residential units, and the fire department arrived on scene just over 3 minutes later. The fire ultimately resulted in the death of 17 people, and 46 others were hospitalized. Even for veteran first responders who encounter dire circumstances on a regular basis, the loss of life at the Twin Parks fire was staggering. Members of the FDNY respond to every emergency with the goal of saving lives and minimizing harm. In this case, the heavy smoke moved rapidly, reaching stairwells, hallways, and other areas used by residents who were trying to escape. 200 firefighters and 57 ambulances responded to the emergency. No one who arrived on scene that day will forget the devastation that they encountered. However, through the diligent efforts and at times, as you mentioned, placing themselves in peril, FDNY members were able to save the lives of 15 residents who were discovered in cardiac arrest, rescuing and transporting them to local hospitals. Dozens of other patients were assisted in escaping the building and received immediate medical care from EMTs and paramedics. We are grateful to the Council for its interest in addressing issues that contributed to the loss of life at this fire and others. The foremost problem in this fire was that the smoke was able to travel throughout the building. Though the fire itself did not spread beyond the apartment where it originated and the connecting hallway, firefighters found residents in need of aid on virtually every floor of the building. The apartment door remained open despite the fact that city code requires all apartment doors to close automatically. The fire department's investigation also found other doors throughout the building that were required to be self-closing, but did not, in fact, close. This included doors leading into the stairwells, which filled with smoke as residents attempted to use them for egress and firefighters used them to access the upper floors. In the aftermath of the fire, we participated in discussions with Councilmember Feliz, who represents the district where the fire occurred, and Councilmember Sanchez, who represents a nearby district, and we are grateful for those conversations. Both council members were interested in finding ways to make residents safer, and that attention is reflected in their bills before the committee today. Some of the bills being heard are relevant to the interests of the fire department, and others are better addressed by our colleagues here at HPD or other agencies. I'll speak briefly to each piece of legislation. Intro 104 and 105. These bills, sponsored by Councilmember Feliz, would define the term self-closing door in the Housing Maintenance Code and amend the code in a manner that clarifies that all doors providing access to interior corridors or stairs in the R1 and R2 occupancies must be self-closing. We think this focus on self-closing doors is important, particularly given the role that they played at the fire at Twin Parks. As to the specifics of the changes to the code, we defer to our colleagues at the Department of Buildings and the Department of Housing Preservation and Development. Intro 106. This bill, sponsored by Councilmember Hanif, prohibits the sale of electric space heaters that do not have automatic shutoff and thermostat functionality and do not have certain certifications. The goal of eliminating the unsafe use of space heaters is a laudable one. As to the specific language, we defer to our colleagues at the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. Intro 115, this bill, sponsored by Councilmember Hudson, would change the required temperature maintained by landlords during heating season, and the fire department does not have a position on this bill. Intro 131, this bill, sponsored by Councilmember Sanchez, would amend current requirements regarding fire department fire safety education and outreach to residential buildings to require that those activities include information pertaining to the safe operation of electric space heaters. The fire department supports this bill. We currently perform outreach that includes space heater safety and best practices. We've expanded those efforts in recent months. We think this change is a good one, and we look forward to partnering with the council to amplify fire safety messaging. T 2020-6552, this bill, sponsored by Councilmember Carr, would require the Department of Buildings to waive DOB fees on permits to alter family dwellings to conform with the fire code, and we defer to the Department of Buildings on this issue. T 2022-0084, this bill, sponsored by Councilmember Carr, would amend the administrative code to require the installation of carbon monoxide detecting devices in basements. The fire department is in favor of this technology that helps first responders reach carbon monoxide patients as quickly as possible. We defer to the Department of Buildings as to the specifics of the changes to the code. And finally, T 2022-0647, this bill, sponsored by Councilmember Williams, would require HPD to inspect self-closing doors in the building's common areas, and we defer to HPD on these changes. At this time, my colleagues from the Department of Housing Preservation and Development will also offer testimony.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez, Feliz, Ariola, and members of the committees on Housing and Buildings, Fire and Emergency Management, and the Twin Parks Citywide Task Force. I am Anne Marie Santiago, and I am the Deputy Commissioner of Enforcement and Neighborhood Services at the New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development. I'm joined by our Deputy Commissioner for Asset and Property Management, Anne Marie Hendrickson. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on an agency enforcement and the Twin Parks tragic fire. The fire that took place at the Twin Parks Northwest Affordable Housing Development in the Bronx on Sunday, January 9, 2022, was a devastating tragedy, and our hearts go out to all of the families affected. The city's heroic firefighters, EMS workers, and first responders responded within minutes, saving many lives. We mourn the 17 New Yorkers, including 8 children, whose lives were lost that day. Since then, teams from across New York City, including HPD, have been working tirelessly to respond to this tragedy. Our first priority has been to attend to the needs of these families. Teams from HPD staffed the Emergency Management Service Center and have been coordinating with the building owner, the American Red Cross, the New York State Homes and Community Renewal, HCR, and our fellow city agencies to ensure displaced residents have temporary and long-term housing. As Twin Parks is a state finance property with Section 8 from HCR, our colleagues at HCR have taken the lead in working with the residents to identify permanent housing options for any household who did not wish to return to the building. In close coordination with HCR, HPD has been actively working with our partners in the affordable housing community to identify permanent housing options. Before talking about the bills before us today, I would like to take a minute to talk about HPD's very pivotal role in housing code enforcement. Under the Housing Maintenance Code, or HMC, HPD has very broad enforcement over housing conditions. The HMC intersects with multiple other codes in the city, including the Health Code, the Building Code, and the Fire Code. We require our inspectors to always look for 9 issues on every inspection. 5 are health-related, and 4 are related to fire safety: self-closing doors, smoke detectors, gates on windows, and illegal double-cylinder locks. We look at fire escapes and may issue violations for painted sprinkler heads and blocked egress when observed. I am not aware of any inspection agency whose staff is inside more homes than our inspectors and field staff every day. We were out there throughout COVID, never standing down even at the height of the pandemic. Our agency is also tasked with addressing the most serious conditions when property owners do not, and we do this for HPD violations as well as other agency violations. We address lead-based paint, for example, when referred by the Health Department, and we oversee the demolition of buildings ordered by the Buildings Department. And with all of this responsibility, we take our role for ensuring the safety of New York City renters extremely seriously. In addition to responding to complaints about a lack of heat and hot water, no electricity, and no water, among almost 200 additional conditions, we respond to fires every day, working to ensure owners make the repairs tenants need to return to their homes. HPD inspectors perform over 500,000 inspections annually, either proactively or in response to 311 complaints. Because we have so many important responsibilities, we recognize the need to be surgical in our approach to enforcement beyond the response to complaints. We have programs targeted to buildings that are consistently not up to code. We respond to the concerns of community groups and your offices about apartment and building-wide issues where tenants are afraid to file complaints for fear of reprisal. We need tenants and owners to be partners with us in keeping tenants safe, and we look forward to continuing to educate them about their rights and responsibilities. Now to turn to the fire safety issues specifically that are the focus of this hearing. In New York City, self-closing doors are required in all residential buildings with 3 or more apartments under the HMC. Although tenants can file complaints about self-closing doors through New York City 311 and HPD will inspect, HPD receives relatively few complaints about this condition. Recognizing how important this issue is, even when tenants were not complaining, and in response to a previous large fire in the Bronx in 2017, in which there were also fatalities, HPD modified its inspection procedure to proactively identify this condition and issue violations. The procedural change mandated that during every inspection in which we access an apartment, housing inspectors check to see if the door of the apartment being inspected and any public door they pass through on the way to that apartment is a self-closing door, and if not, they write the appropriate violation. Local Law 111 changed in, I believe it was 2018, changed the classification of the self-closing door violation from a Class B violation to a Class C immediately hazardous violation, and set a correction period of 21 days, effective in 2019. These changes led to a significant increase in the issuance of these violations, with over 22,000 violations being issued for self-closing doors in fiscal year 21. Most owners respond to the issuance of violations with corrective action. Half of the issued self-closing door violations were certified as corrected by property owners within 21 days. For those violations not certified as corrected timely, HPD initiates emergency repairs. This process results in additional doors being found to have been repaired already by the owners, just not certified, some repairs being completed by HPD vendors, and in some cases, there being no access for HPD vendors to complete the work. When there is no access, we send notices to the tenant asking them to reach out to our staff to arrange the repair. If HPD's vendor completes the emergency repair work, the property owner will be billed for the cost of the repairs and a 50% administrative fee. If the owner fails to pay, the charge becomes a tax lien against the property. The tax lien bears interest and may be enforced to collect the amount owed. Through emergency repair, ERP, HPD spent almost $2 million to repair self-closing doors in fiscal year 21. HPD also periodically raises the issue of compliance with self-closing door requirements with building owners as part of its general outreach strategy, urging them to be proactive in checking the doors in their building to ensure that they are self-closing. We also made this issue more prominent in our general communications with tenant and owners, including updates to our ABCs of Housing information guide and our webpage on fire safety. Given the tragic events at Twin Parks, we know more can and must be done to protect our fellow New Yorkers. We appreciate your attention to this issue and want to continue to work with you to ensure that the next steps are productive and effective. In regards to introductions 104, 106, 131, T2020-6522, and T2022-84, HPD has no concerns and defers to our colleagues at FDNY and Department of Buildings. HPD does not have direct concerns about Intro 115, but we defer to our colleagues who have expertise in environmental efficiency and sustainability, since increasing indoor temperatures will have an effect on the city's ability to reach its goal toward reducing our carbon footprint. In response to Intro 105, we support the concept of increasing civil and false certification penalties and look forward to discussing the details with Councilmember Felice and Council staff about the most effective way to frame those amendments. While we share your goals of ensuring that owners quickly meet their obligations to make repairs and confirming that those repairs are done properly, we have concerns about shortening the compliance period for owners and creating a mandatory requirement for HPD re-inspections. Lowering the compliance period to 10 days creates a very short timeline in which to arrange for the availability of tenants and address situations where the required repair is more complex than changing the self-closing mechanism, such as where a door replacement is required. Creating a mandatory reinspection period for all self-closing doors when there is a process in place that I just discussed for owner certification and a process in place for the emergency repair program to dispatch vendors to conduct repairs when there is no certification or a false certification, limits HPD's flexibility to respond to other types of serious and potentially more imminently dangerous conditions. We would be happy to have more conversations about the best way to accomplish the goals we're discussing here today to make our city safer. While we are still evaluating the scope of T2022-647, and we will get back to council once we have a full assessment, an initial review of the bill anticipates it to include more than 140,000 buildings and does not focus, and concerns are that it does not focus on buildings more likely to be of concern as having a risk of fire safety issues. We look forward to having conversations on a targeted approach that more directly addresses the goals of this legislation. Finally, I want to reiterate the important changes we are making at HPD in compliance with Mayor Adams' Executive Order 12. We are excited to be partnering with the fire department around outreach and education, data collection and sharing, and strategic thinking about future ideas for enhanced enforcement around fire safety issues. We have similar and strong partnerships with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene and Department of Buildings around issues where both agencies have jurisdiction, and these partnerships have strengthened our enforcement and education initiatives. We believe, as Mayor Adams has repeatedly stressed in his discussions of the issue, that education for both property owners and tenants about how to stay safe and what to do in the event of a fire will go a long way towards preventing tragedies like the one at Twin Parks. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much. So we have many questions for FDNY and also HPD. The first line of questions will be for the fire department, and they will be related to FDNY inspections for residential buildings. Can you describe what a fire safety inspection, the process for fire safety inspections, when are they conducted, what is the FDNY inspecting, and anything else related to the inspections?
Sure. Good morning. Fire inspections are done, by our local fire units in the areas where they, respond to fires. We gather information through an algorithm. It's called the risk-based inspection system. It's RIBIS. The algorithm takes all the data from the area and compares it to all the other buildings. The building is, there's two main areas of focus for the algorithm. One is the building itself. How old is the building? What is the construction of the building? How many floors? Is the building served by an automatic sprinkler system? And that's one of the factors. The other factor is what goes on at the building. How many fires has the building experienced? How many emergencies, whether they're medical emergencies or fire-related emergencies such as gas, electric, or even water conditions. All of this is put into a computer algorithm, and how it works is it compares all the other buildings in the area and it assigns a score. And if a building scores a number that would give it a higher chance of actually having a fire, that building is inspected more often. So it's directly related to the risk-based component of the building as to how often the building is inspected.
Thank you so much for describing that criteria. So we have thousands of buildings and millions of buildings in the city of New York. What percentage of buildings in our city would you say are inspected by the fire department, more or less?
So in 2021, the fire department inspected 64,000 buildings. 40,000 of those were residential. I don't know the exact percentages that would be.
Okay, and does the FDNY inspect for self-closing doors? And if yes, what standard is followed?
The FDNY inspects for self-closing doors in the common areas of the building, such as stairways, hallways, in the, if there's any other, meeting rooms within the building. All of the doors except the apartment doors, that's what the FDNY inspects. The standard is an NFPA standard, and when you open the door fully and let it go, it's just checked that it fully closes upon release.
Okay, and if there's a self-closing door violation, what happens next?
If there's a self-closing door, it's a violation of the fire code, and we have mechanisms to enforce that. A self-closing door would most likely be what's considered an FDNY summons, which is given to the landlord, and the landlord is responsible to have that fixed in a predetermined amount of time, and it is, followed up on by the fire department.
And what happens if a landlord says that they fixed the violation? Does the FDNY follow up with a reinspection or a phone call to tenants? Any type of follow-up?
Yeah, so if a violation order is issued by the local fire units, they will give a time frame, usually somewhere between about 16 days for a violation of that nature, and we return to the building to make sure that the door was fixed.
And what's the timeline for the follow-up? More or less, when does the FDNY return to the building for the reinspection?
Most reinspection of that nature it's a 16-day follow-up.
Okay. Does the FDNY provide any notice to any other agency, including HPD, DOB, or any other city agency?
In the case of that, no, we handle that particular violation ourselves.
Okay. Thank you so much for the information. So a few more questions related to smoke inhalation. How many New York City residents have died from smoke inhalation caused by residential fires? If you could give us a breakdown by year starting 2019, approximate numbers, if you don't have the hard numbers in front of you.
Yeah, that would be very detailed information because, you know, there are many causes of death at a fire. I really do not have that on hand.
Okay. And can you talk to us about the educational initiatives taken by the FDNY to spread awareness about the importance of self-closing doors, use of space heaters, and anything else to educate the public about fire safety?
Yeah, we have a very robust fire safety education unit that reaches communities all over the city, reaches schools, senior centers. We often work with council members, as some of you know, to target particularly vulnerable communities. And that is not only in multiple languages, but we identify certain risks, especially in certain neighborhoods or certain seasonal risks, and we actually target those. So space heaters, candles, cooking, some of the top causes of fires are something that we specifically target, and we do have multilingual materials and fire safety educators. In 2021, we had approximately 2,100 fire safety presentations.
Okay, and approximately how many people are reached with the fire safety educational initiatives?
So it's an estimate from our in-person education sessions in 2021. We had 151,000 people reached. I would say it's significantly more in our total reach. We do have fire companies that go out, especially following fatal fires or even on their own if they're requested. We also have a lot of online materials. We have a pretty robust website with videos. One of the effects of COVID is that we made a lot more of our presentations digital. And so those also reach a larger audience that I'm not sure the size of, but quite a few New Yorkers receive that education annually.
Thank you so much. Also, we've seen an alarming and also very concerning increase in fires in the city of New York. So I wanted to ask about a few general questions. Approximately how many fires have we had this year so far, January to April?
January to April, we've had a little over 6,000 structural fires, which compared to other years, unbelievably, is that it is a little lower than the past 3 years. We've been in the 6,000s, as high as 6,700 in, I believe it's 19. But with that, it was 6,013 year-to-date structural fires.
And in those 6,000-ish fires in our city from January through April, what has been the biggest cause of the fires?
We have a range of causes, being electrical fires are common. We have misuse of extension cords, overloading outlets. These are primary causes of fire. Careless smoking, use of candles. Those are mainly the primary causes of fire.
And out of all of those causes, which ones would you say are the top two?
I would say electrical and overloading, improper use of extension cords, and overloading electric outlets.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for the information. I have no more questions for now for the FDNY, so I'll move on to questions for HPD. So the Twin Parks fire was avoidable. Had those self-closing doors actually functioned, that fire in that fireproof building would not have turned into the tragedy that we saw, only if those self-closing doors had actually closed. So I have a few questions related to self-closing door enforcement, including the detection of self-closing door violations and also the correction of self-closing door violations. So I'll start with the detection of violations. Under what circumstances does HPD go into a building to inspect for self-closing doors?
Thank you, Council Member. As I laid out in my testimony, when we go into a building for any reason to conduct a complaint inspection, totally unrelated to self-closing doors or a reinspection, for any apartments that we are in, we are checking those self-closing doors.
And under what conditions does HPD enter buildings to inspect, which would trigger the automatic self-closing door inspection?
So we respond to complaints primarily from 311. We receive complaints from community groups, elected officials, other interested parties, We do re-inspections for a number of reasons, in some cases with our enhanced enforcement activities, so our alternative enforcement program, our underlying conditions program. Those are the primary reasons that we are in a building in response to a housing court request for an inspection. We are primarily complaint-driven, and our enhanced enforcement activity is basically based on the results of a lot of our complaint activity.
Does the HPD ever conduct any self-initiated inspections for self-closing doors or any other matters?
Yes, Councilmember, let me clarify. So for the alternative enforcement program for our anti-harassment unit, those are self-generated inspections. So HPD chooses to go into those buildings because there is some flag about the general conditions in the building or an allegation of harassment. And so those aren't generated based on 311 complaints. Those are generated based on HPD enforcement activities.
And when a tenant reports a self-closing door violation, and an inspector is inspecting a building, what exactly is HPD inspecting? What standard is followed? What is considered a self-closing door violation?
Thank you. So, and again, we're pretty much in line with what the chief said in terms of making sure that once opened all the way, the door closes completely, sealing the entrance.
Okay. Moving on to the correction of self-closing door violations, how much time is a landlord provided to correct the self-closing door violation? You had mentioned 21 days, right?
That's correct.
And after the 21 days, if the violation is not corrected, it becomes part of the emergency repair program.
That's correct. The owner has a period of time to certify after correction. So there is a period of an additional 5 days for the owner to notify the agency that the correction has been done.
Yeah, can you describe that emergency repair program for us?
So
the timeline, notice, timeline for correction.
Certainly. So once a violation is issued, that means that HPD has produced a notice of violation and mailed it to the property owner. In some cases, if we have an email address for the property owner, we may email the property owner in advance of that mailing to let them know that the violation has been issued. Once the period to certify correction is finished, our emergency repair program will attempt to contact the tenant to make sure that the condition hasn't been corrected. During the period while the owner has time to correct, we do actually attempt to call the owner. So to step back for a second, right, property owners are required to annually register with HPD every year. And through that registration process, they're to provide us with contact information about themselves and the managing agent for the property, so we have someone to reach out to. So we reach out to that party. If we connect with that party, they let us know whether or not they will correct the condition. It does not close based on what the owner says, so we're just letting them know, and we're setting expectations that it will be corrected. Once that period is over again for the owner to certify correction, the emergency repair program will prepare a work order. We have to hire a contractor to complete that work, and we ask the contractor to go out and make the repair. The contractor is provided with the contact information for the tenant and expected to attempt to make arrangements with the tenant to make that repair. And once the repair is done, we may audit that contractor's work. We may accept an affidavit for that work being completed. We may contact the tenant to confirm that the work was done. And at that point, we pay our contractor, we bill the property owner as I outlined, and that charge is transferred over to the Department of Finance for collection.
And could you talk to us about the timeline for obtaining a contractor, getting them to go into the building and do the work? Correct the violation?
Generally, within 2 to 4 weeks, the contractor has been procured and has made attempts to arrange access with the tenant.
And in the last 12 months, approximately how many HPD violations have been placed for defective self-closing doors?
So I have the number for this fiscal year to date, or for 2021, which
2021 and on is fine.
For 2021, we issued 22,000, almost 23,000 violations for self-closing doors. This fiscal year, as of, I believe this is as of the end of December, or maybe this is up to date, I'm sorry, I don't have the date here, 17,000 self-closing door violations have been issued.
17,000 this year, you mentioned?
This fiscal year,
Okay.
not calendar.
And how many of those violations have been cured by the landlord as opposed to through the emergency repair program?
The majority of violations that are corrected by the landlord. So about 11,000 of the violations I'll talk about fiscal year 21. About half of the violations were corrected and certified by the landlord. And then we found additional violations corrected when we sent our contractors out to do the work. So it's more than half are corrected by the landlord. For fiscal year 21, HPD corrected about 5,500 self-closing door violations.
So approximately 20% are corrected by HPD, and the rest generally by landlords.
Correct.
Okay. And what happens after a landlord certifies the correction of a self-closing door violation?
So the Housing Maintenance Code provides a certification period for all types of violations for HPD, except for heat and hot water violations. So once an owner certifies correction of any violation, HPD has an audit process to go out and attempt to verify correction. For Class C violations, we generally audit about 50% of the certified violations. For self-closing doors specifically, for last fiscal year, we attempted to audit about 40% of self-closing door violations.
So there are self-closing door certifications that aren't re-inspected to confirm that it has actually been fixed. There is a good number, a good chunk of certifications that aren't audited.
So while that is correct, council member, there is a process as part of the certification process to notify tenants that the owner has submitted a certification to us. And that notice to them asks them to contact us if the condition is not corrected, right? Bearing in mind that in order for us to verify, the tenant has to be home if it's an apartment door, right? So tenants may not wish to spend another day waiting for us to come to check out whether that door has been corrected, if in fact it has. And we do receive challenges from tenants in general about the correction of conditions when we send this notice.
And generally, out of all the tenants that you contact to confirm whether the violation has been fixed, how successful has been contacting, reaching tenants been?
Well, we mail the notice to the same address of the building that we have associated with the complaint. So we would assume that all of the tenants receive the notice, and we do receive back challenges from the tenants. I don't have that number with me today, council member, but we can certainly provide that to you.
But it is fair to say that HPD does face challenges reaching and getting responses from tenants?
Well, tenants, the assumption that if we've reached out to you and you haven't reached out to us, that the condition is corrected. Our notice doesn't ask tenants to contact us to confirm that the condition has been corrected, only to contact us if they have an issue with the certification from the landlord.
Okay, and just to repeat my earlier question, so there is a good number of violations that are certified by the landlord but aren't re-inspected, or there's no follow-up on those re-inspections. You had mentioned approximately 40% of the self-closing door violations you're able to reach tenant or go back into the building. So 60% there isn't any follow-up. Is that an accurate assessment of your earlier summary?
No, again, council member, I would consider our outreach with the letters to the tenants to be follow-up with the tenant to assess whether or not the repair has been done.
Okay. Thank you so much. Want to give an opportunity to my colleagues to ask additional questions, but before that, I want to ask a few more questions on heating laws. Can you walk us through the process for responding to a heating complaint by a tenant?
Certainly, council member. So when HPD receives a heat complaint from a tenant, as we do with all complaints, and again, I'm going to first talk about our general process. Whenever we receive a complaint from a tenant, we attempt to make a call to the registered owner to let them know that we've received the complaint. We attempt to make a call back to the tenant to find out if the condition has been corrected. If the condition hasn't been corrected, we schedule that. We take that complaint and put it out for inspection. Generally, we do that in the order in which it's received. For heat complaints specifically, because we may receive multiple complaints for the same building, we have a process where we identify the first complaint that has come in and treat that as a primary complaint. And that will be the primary apartment that we attempt to verify the condition in. So the inspector will be routed to the building. They will take the temperature outside the building if the complaint is from during the day, because the outside temperature needs to be below 55 degrees for a violation to be issued. Now, if it's at night, as was pointed out, there is no outside temperature requirement, and that's between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. in the morning. The inspector will take the temperature outside. They will attempt to access the primary complainant's apartment to find out if heat has been restored. If the primary complainant is not home and we do have other complaints from the building, the inspector will attempt to gain access to one of those other apartments to verify. If we have no other complaints for the building, the inspector will attempt an inspection, a cold knock at a door next to or above or below the apartment that filed the complaint. We do receive a very fair amount of anonymous complaints, in which case we would just find an apartment in the building and make an attempt to contact someone.
Okay, and going back to my earlier line of questions, so HPD takes many different approaches to confirm that a violation has been cured, including calling or sending a letter to tenants. Do we generally ask tenants whether they have any type of training or they understand the law, and what is the violation related to, let's say, self-closing doors?
I don't know how specific we get on discussing that, but certainly when we're conducting the inspection, I believe our inspectors make it clear why they're checking the door, right? So they do, this isn't something that they do without the tenant necessarily noticing, because they have to open the door all the way, make sure that it closes. In terms of the self-closing door. In terms of the heat, the tenant has called us already to say that the heat isn't adequate. So the confirmation with them is, are they now saying that heat is adequate?
For something as serious as self-closing doors, does HPD think that it would be appropriate to ask a tenant who might not be trained on the issue to somewhat confirm whether a self-closing door has been cured or not, based on the standard that we have?
Thank you, Councilmember. And I think, to your bill about defining what a self-closing door is, in terms of us coming up with some script to use with the complainants, I think that could be helpful.
At any point, is there ever any type of re-inspection of self-closing doors, even when a landlord certifies? Let's say if a building has 20 self-closing door violations in just one building, does anything ever trigger an automatic re-inspection?
As I said, we audit conditions. So I believe when a building, whatever the type of violation is, has an extraordinary amount of certifications, we would look to that building to do some re-inspections.
Thank you so much. So I have a few more questions, but I want to give an opportunity to my colleagues to ask questions. So I'll pass it back to all yours.
Councilmember Sanchez, if you go, and then we're going to pass it to Councilmember Areola after that.
Thank you so much, Chair Feliz. You asked a lot of questions that I also had, so I really want to appreciate that. So hello, my first set of questions are going to be for the FDNY. So Chief, you gave us some information about the RBIS and the methodology that you use, and an internal analysis by the council shows that it's pretty good. The RBIS is pretty good. You have about a 0.86 correlation between council districts, at least at the council district level, predicting the number of fires that are going to occur there, and then the number of actual fires. But here's my concern when you sort of start to dig in and look at the map of where the inconsistency is. I noticed that, there are many lower income communities that are home predominantly to people of color, like Councilmember De La Rosa's district in Inwood, Councilmember Althea Stevens in the South Bronx, and Diana Ayala in the South Bronx, and Harlem and East Harlem, Councilmember Richardson Jordan. There are a lot more fires, in those districts than the RBIS would predict. So I understand that the methodology for the RBIS is proprietary. Can you tell us a little bit about why, if there is any hesitancy that the department has about sharing that methodology? And I think that if sunlight is the best disinfectant, why not share it with the public and help us and help the council as your colleagues, but also help the public make the methodology better?
Sure. The algorithm is composed of the things that I had described earlier, and it's always changing. We're always improving it. We're always looking at data, fires, where they are occurring, and just trying to make it as robust and accurate as possible. I don't have any specific figures, but I do know that when we have a fire, we look to see how that building scored, and it is been pretty, accurate that would be a high-risk building where we do have these fires. As far as, sharing the data, I do not have any information about, a reason why that wouldn't happen, but I don't know if the commissioner does.
Yeah, I didn't know of that request. We can discuss it and get back to you. We'd be happy to. I should also mention our fire safety education is also targeted based on risk. So those educational seminars are also, we try to allocate them in that way based on risk of the neighborhood and the housing stock.
Thank you, and I look forward to having that conversation because I think it would just be helpful. Algorithmic bias does exist, and anything that we can do to reduce it, we should. The second question is also about data availability, and that is just even in looking at the information, we saw that open data is about a year and a half. There's about a year and a half lag. So thank you for sharing with us how many fires there have been in the past 4 months, but we don't have access to that information. Can you commit to us to provide more updated information in a higher frequency?
Yeah, we will. Some of the staff was allocated during COVID from some of those offline units, but we've corrected that and we're getting back to the regular reporting. So we'll definitely commit to doing that for you guys.
Wonderful. Thank you. And thanks again. There are no words to express the gratitude to our first responders and the way that they just jump into harm's way. So I just want to, thank you so much for the department and all of the firefighters and EMS workers and all that they do. So a few questions for HPD. Hello, Deputy Commissioners AMH and AMS, which is what I used to call you, but I will now call you by your proper names. So a few questions. So kind of continuing the thread from Councilmember Felice, or actually from the FDNY question. So we know a few things about heating season. We know that when it's colder outside, there are going to be more heat and hot water complaints. And then you answered some of my questions about proactive HPD inspections. But can you tell us, whether it's AEP or the different programs that trigger HPD proactive enforcement, how does that correlate with what we know about heating season? A winter like this winter has been particularly cold. How did that inform HPD's activities in the realm of inspections?
Thank you, Council Member. And so we don't have a targeted enforcement program around heat at this time. As you may know, for both the alternative enforcement program, for our underlying conditions program, the selection for those buildings is in the Housing Maintenance Code, and so the criteria are very clear and publicly available. It has been good through this process for us to learn more about the fire department's risk-based system, and that might be something that HPD can also look at in terms of future inspections, whether targeted for fire safety issues or other. And so I think we're open to having those kinds of conversations around heat as well. So, we find that using the data to point us in the right direction is definitely helpful in terms of targeting our resources to those property owners and those areas where there are known problems.
So at this time, FDNY and HPD and DOB do not share information. The RBIS methodology is only used within FDNY. It's not used at HPD and DOB.
We do not use it at the current time, no.
Is the executive order requiring more coordination among agencies going to be changing that?
And I think that's part of the discussions that we're having right now, Council Member, in terms of, the data sharing, as well as the outreach and education portion for us to work more closely together.
Great, thank you. You shared in your testimony that last year there were 22,000 self-closing door violations, 18,000 corrected, more than half by landlords. Yet we still spent $2 million. HPD still spent $2 million. Can you tell us about fee recovery, fine and fee recovery there with those ERP charges?
I only have numbers today overall on ERP. If you would like us to drill down on self-closing doors, we can certainly do that. But for fiscal year 21, we recovered about $13 million in emergency repair and alternative enforcement and program emergency repair, which is basically the same, just through a different internal process. The year before, in 20, we recovered $15 million. In 19, we recovered $20 million. So part of that, revenue is based on people's ability to pay, obviously, and COVID did affect that. And part of it is based on some reduced workload we had during the COVID period of time.
And what percentage of the actual expenditure, or at least actually the fine and fee amount, does that represent? $13 million recovered this year, or 2021, out of how much?
So, and let me just step back too for some further clarification there. ERP is not a fee or a fine necessarily. We do have inspection fees, and we do collections on inspection fees. It's a separate number. So we collected approximately $3 million in inspection fees also during fiscal year 21. And we also collect Housing Litigation Division civil penalties, right? And that was another almost $3 million in fiscal year 21. So there are a number of breakdowns of places where the agency recovers fees, or civil penalties, or emergency repair charges. So all three of those categories of collection, in order to give you a percentage, again, I'd have to go back and do some more math on that. So I only have the total collected.
Got it. So you don't have the total today for ERP, AEP, for inspection fees, and for housing litigation?
No, I have the amount for how much we collected during those periods, but not, you had asked about a percentage of the total that's outstanding, and that amount I don't have today. So we can provide all of that to your office.
Yes, yes. I understand that it is terrifyingly low as a percentage in each of these categories, and that's one of the things that this council really wants to look at and work with HPD to make sure that we are collecting, right? We want our fees and our fines to be real deterrents to good maintenance in our buildings. We don't want them to be slap on the wrist. So we want to work with you on that. Thank you. So then on heat inspections, heat and hot water inspections, so do tenant complaints become immediately available to the public on 311?
Excuse me. Absolutely, on HPD Online, which is our basic interface with displaying information to the public. The day after a complaint is filed, you can see the complaint there on the HPD Online page about complaints. Same for violations. Our HPD Online is updated daily. That information is also available through open data. I'm not sure if that is a daily upload or that is a monthly upload, but we can confirm that for you.
Okay, thank you. And then what is HPD's protocol in terms of informing a landlord before you send inspectors out into a building to inspect for heat and hot water complaints?
So our general protocol is to contact the landlord as soon as we get the complaint. Our goal is to have the condition corrected as quickly as possible. Holding the notification to the landlord means that we have not put them on official notice that whatever condition was complained of exists. And so, the goal being by the time we are doing an inspection that the landlord has already corrected the condition. And in some cases, that does occur, where the fuel is delivered, the super comes and makes a repair, and again, I'm speaking in general terms, and the condition has been addressed.
Okay. I probably speak on behalf of many of my colleagues when we say that there are too many stories to count of landlords being informed that an HPD inspection was going to take place, and then they correct the condition for a few hours in time for the HPD inspection. So how does HPD, what tools does HPD have, or to my colleagues' questions before, how are we auditing that these fixes are actually taking place and are taking place for the long term?
When our inspector goes to the building to conduct an inspection, what they have to do is make a determination at the time that they're there about whether the condition exists or not, and that is what the inspectors do. If we do see repeat complaints in a building, we do have another division called our Division of Neighborhood Preservation that does follow up on buildings with excessive number of complaints, specifically related to heat I'm talking about, to follow up with those buildings, to talk to landlords, to talk to tenants, to monitor whether or not we continue to receive complaints. And they may request that we do an unannounced inspection if the pattern is such that it seems clear that there is a problem at the building.
Okay, so then that brings me, troubling. That brings me to my next question, which is there was a heat sensor pilot. It was passed by then Council Member Richie Torres and then Borough President Eric Adams to work with the 50 worst landlords in terms of heat and hot water complaints. And I understand that roughly half of those that were in the pilot program didn't participate at all. So question number one is, what outreach did HPD conduct to try to get those landlords in compliance, and what are you doing into the future? And then part two, there were very positive results for the buildings that did participate in the heat sensor program. Conditions were addressed. And so what is HPD's position, if you have one at this time, about expanding that heat sensor pilot to a broader part of the city and more buildings?
Thank you, council members. So as you know, we did do a report as mandated by the law regarding only the first year. The second year is soon to end. And so I think we're still in a position of evaluating that program. What we did see was improvement in both categories of buildings that did install and buildings that did not. There was a greater improvement in the buildings that did. However, there were a few outliers in the buildings that did not, and we did bring litigation against 2 of those properties. And heat sensors have, I believe, since been installed in both, so we are still evaluating that process. Generally speaking, as I'm sure you all know, there are numbers of reasons why buildings have heat complaints. There are some owners that require assistance. Financial assistance maybe to bring their buildings into compliance. There are some buildings that do have a temporary loss of heat for some reason, a gas leak or some other, really an issue that happens at a point in time that is not really indicative of a longer problem, a bigger problem at the building. And once that point in time issue is resolved, the heat issue goes away. So we haven't really had a chance yet to deep dive into those 50 buildings. And so I think we believe, as we stated in the report, that we need a little more time to evaluate whether the impact of that program is what changed the behavior of those 25 who did and what happened with the 25 who did not.
Great. Thank you. I think that's going to be really important information to dig into. So last set of questions for you. With respect to HPD's Red Cross operations and your collaboration there with Red Cross in the case of a fire, so can you share in what instances does HPD via Red Cross provide accommodations for tenants that were affected by a fire, and what determines, particularly with hotel stays, what determines the amount of time that they are able to stay in a hotel?
And thank you for that question, and now I will turn it over to AMH for answers.
Good morning, and thank you, Councilman, for that question. Give me 1 second. So HPD has a contract with the American Red Cross, and under that contract, American Red Cross is what we call our immediate emergency responder. And typically they will go out where there are fires or vacates or any sort of structural conditions, conditions that have been identified by the Department of Buildings or essential conditions by HPD. Under the contract, Red Cross provides at least 2 days of service, of hotel service, so they'll automatically will pick families up that are in need of relocation services. What we would then do is identify if those households need longer-term accommodations and go through what we call the HPD registration process, in which they would come to HPD if they need a longer-term sheltering.
And thank you. And so after, if there is a determination that there is a need for longer-term sheltering, what options are tenants provided?
So the options that HPD can provide post Red Cross stay is we operate 3 family centers with not-for-profits in 3 of the boroughs. We also use private SROs to accommodate adult-only households that need longer-term stays.
Got it. Thank you. And you mentioned DOB, so what exactly is DOB's role? Let me preface this by saying that subsequent to the Twin Parks Northwest tragedy, there have been many fires across the city. And in my district, there was an instance in which tenants were denied the ability to work with Red Cross and be located to a hotel. And what was said to me was, well, DOB hasn't weighed in yet, and so we cannot have Red Cross. Red Cross cannot work with these tenants if DOB does not weigh in. So what is DOB's role? And thank you, Deputy Commissioner AMS for working with me on that and working with those tenants afterwards. But in what conditions, in what circumstances does DOB weigh in, and what in particular do they need to find before Red Cross can help a family?
Well, again, typically the contract with Red Cross, and thank you again for that question, it's structured where we're picking up families that where a city agency has vacated the premises. Okay, so Department of Buildings, for example, handles structural conditions, and they would be the ones vacating if they thought a building was structurally unsafe. HPD typically is vacating for essential conditions, lack of heat, no hot water, things of that nature. So what we typically ask Red Cross to do is pick families up immediately, okay, for at least the first days until we can kind of get a better evaluation from the agency on what the longer-term issue will be.
Thank you. And just to say that thank you, chairs, for this time. I do want to work more closely with HPD on these criteria to make sure that we are vacating households as appropriate, and that we don't put barriers that are bureaucratic in the way of families getting the services that they need. But thank you so much for answering all of my questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Sanchez, for all the questions. And now I'll give the floor to Councilmember Joanna Ariola. But before that, I want to acknowledge Councilmember Krishnan, who has joined, also Councilmember Gennaro. Also wanted to ask some super brief follow-up questions to the re-inspections and the follow-ups when there's a self-closing door violation. So we cannot allow another Twin Parks tragedy to occur anywhere in the city of New York. We have to create a system that will not allow any room for any type of error when it comes to self-closing door violations. And I think our entire city is in agreement with that. So you had mentioned that when there is a self-closing door violation, there are cases where there's a re-inspection and sometimes there's a follow-up via phone call or letter. What language is the letter sent in, or languages?
Thank you, Councilmember, and I'd be happy to provide you with copies of those letters. The letters are provided primarily in English. However, all of the letters have, as part of the letter package, a translation. I believe we use the 10 languages that we're required to under the law to give a brief description of what the letter is about and ask the tenant to contact us. Obviously not all the details, because or else we'd have to give 10 letters, are translated, but enough information is translated to let the tenant know that we are trying to contact them about an emergency violation that was issued and asking them to contact us back to find out more information about the details and what needs to happen next.
And could you repeat again what percentage of tenants that you contact to confirm whether the violation was actually cured? How many respond via either letter or email or phone? What percentage, rough numbers if you don't have the hard numbers in front of you?
Yeah, thank you, council member. And I don't have that specific for the certifications that we did in fiscal year 21, but we'd be happy to share that information with your office and with the council.
And what type of training do inspectors have on the issue of self-closing doors? What are general instructions or education that is given to the inspectors on the issue of self-closing doors?
And thank you, council member. Again, this issue is a very important one. Primarily, the instruction that was given to the inspectors was to check the doors as kind of the chief outlined. However, we are working on a retraining for our staff, and we will work with the fire department on making sure that that happens in the very near future.
Okay, and also can HPD provide information via email, I guess, after the hearing as to the percentage of tenants that respond to the audits of certifications?
Yes. That's the question that I understood you were asking, council
Yes,
member. So we will provide you with that information.
Thank you. Two final questions. How many inspectors does HPD currently have?
So currently we are, as we mentioned at our budget hearing with Chair Sanchez, we are in the process of backfilling some vacancies that we have. So we have approval to go ahead and fill those vacancies. There is a list out right now that we're trying to work with. Housing inspectors have a civil service title. And we are looking for candidates all of the time, so we appreciate any outreach that you yourselves can do. I'm happy to share. I think we did share once before, but happy to reshare what is required, the minimum qualifications for a housing inspector. And as kind of maybe you've gotten taken away from this hearing, we have a very wide breadth of responsibilities for that inspector, looking for health conditions, looking for fire safety conditions, building issues. So we are looking for, very good kind of technical people to be able to observe all of the violations we write. So we're happy to share all of that with you again after the hearing.
Okay, and approximately, if we implement this law that would require the reinspection by HPD as opposed to auditing half or less than half and then requiring the tenants to respond as well, approximately how many additional inspectors would be required to fully implement and also fully enforce this legislation?
Thank you, and we are still in the midst of coming up with those estimates, not only for your bill, but also, I believe, Councilmember Hudson's bill on proactive inspections or the annual inspections. And once those once that analysis is completed, we'd be, happy to share that with you.
And to your knowledge, if there's a self-closing door violation, if a tenant calls 311, places a complaint for self-closing door violations, and that is the only single violation being called for, how long would it take for an inspector? How long does the process take, not of obtaining the inspector, but once the inspector is ready to do the inspection, how long does it take to inspect the self-closing door? It seems like it's a 3-second process, right? Just open and let the door shut on its own.
And again, council member, to go back to my testimony, an inspector will never go into an apartment and just check for a self-closing door. If there's a child under 6, we have to do a lead inspection while we're there. If there's a child under 11, we need to check for window guards. If there's, all the time, we will be checking for mold and pests, right? These are things that an inspector is required to do once he's in that apartment. So it is not a simple check the door and leave inspection. Our inspections take some time for the inspector once they're there.
How long does the inspections usually take for the apartment self-closing door inspections and also for the common area self-closing door inspections?
I think generally, assuming that there is not a child under 6 and we don't have to do a lead inspection, an inspection can take from 20 to 30 minutes depending on the size of the apartment. If there is a child under 6, again, depending on the size of the apartment, where we have to check every painted surface for peeling paint, that inspection can take an hour and a half.
What about an inspection in the common areas, which would require much less than the inspections in the apartments, I think?
Generally, we don't do full common area inspections, as I mentioned. The inspector is checking any self-closing doors that he would see or she would see on their way to the apartment in question where they're doing the inspection. So that's going to depend on the type of building and how many doors they have to go through, if they have to go through any.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the answers. Now I'll pass it on to Councilmember Joanne Ariola, the chair of the Fire and Emergency Management Committee.
And council members, if you have any questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function. Councilmember Ariola, and then we'll move on to council member questions after that.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to say thank you to the fire department, EMS, and all of the first responders that went to the Twin Parks fire and saved so many lives. It does not go unnoticed, and it does not go unappreciated. Chief Hodgins, I want to thank you for the knowledge and the honesty you bring in each and every testimony hearing that I've sat at and that I've held. I appreciate that. We've done a lot of talking about inspections and fire inspections. So what I think we need is more frequent inspections. Is there a plan to put together inspection teams of fire officers or inspectors outside of their regular tour of hours that would be helpful in getting more inspections done, since we have fallen so far behind since the COVID pandemic shut down?
So, as you know, all of our fire units, which is over 300 citywide, are doing inspections daily, throughout the city. As far as we also, each division, of which there's 9 in the city, has what's called a building inspection task force. And those are fire officers and firefighters that go out independent of the other inspections, and they inspect special situations such as CDA buildings and other complaints that may be received from the public, and anywhere where the fire units may be falling behind on anything. We do have what task force in each division that does assist with those inspections.
Great. And would you be asking for additional money during this fiscal year to perhaps expand that program?
We're always open to, conducting as many inspections as we can. I mean, that would be a decision we'd have to discuss as to whether we could, feasibly expand it.
I should also mention that as part of the UFOA contract that we negotiated last year, there is actually an increase in the number of inspections that are completed as part of a pilot program that we formalized through that contract. So you actually will see probably higher numbers of inspections being completed by field units than you did in past years.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Twin Parks fire quickly went out of control and lives were lost. I have been very vocal about the need for the 5th firefighter in our fire companies and engines. We know that the first line that's put into place in a fire can save lives. The engines that responded to the Twin Parks fire did not have the 5th firefighter. How long was it before the 2nd engine arrived at the scene to get the first line in?
The first engine company arrived in 3 minutes and 16 seconds. The 2nd engine was right there, right before 4 minutes that they were there to help assist.
With your vast knowledge, your experience with the department, would having the 5th firefighter on an engine made the firefighters able to get into that fire more quickly? And is it a preventative for loss of lives?
Each fire, and depending on the building and the layout of the street and where the fire hydrants are and where we can put our apparatus, each situation is unique. That building, well, let me just say that Since 1990, we have primarily been responding with 4 firefighter engines. And we've come up with procedures that, as you know, we team up the engine companies to get the first line in position as quickly as possible. The 5th firefighter at that particular fire, although, you know, obviously more hands is better. At that, we had over 200 firefighters respond to that fire, and with the companies that did respond, it would have resulted in, I believe, 4 additional firefighters, you know, with the amount of 5 firefighter engines we have now. Yes, I mean, you know, it's like I said, you know, 5 firefighters, as in anything, is always, you know, better. But we have adapted and respond effectively with our methods and that we use now.
Right, and if there were 5 firefighters, that were responding, perhaps we would not have this is a question, would we have not needed as many units responding, leaving gaps in other areas that are also at high risk for fires?
Well, that fire was advanced upon arrival with, you know, heavy smoke throughout the building.
Mm-hmm.
So in that particular fire, we were going to need many units to fight that fire. In fact, we transmitted an additional alarm at that fire, just to help with, you know, we had so many patients. We had 32 people in cardiac arrest, and they came out of the building, you know, very quickly, and we needed more hands to, you know, to work on these victims. So we did transmit an additional alarm just for that purpose. Mm-hmm. And these firefighters came in with their medical equipment to you know, just do whatever they can for these victims.
But we do agree that having a 5th firefighter reassigned to the firehouses is a benefit to people who are in a fire, and it does provide more coverage so that lives can be saved. And rhetorical question, for all the research that we've done on it, it does prove that the 5th firefighter proves beneficial when going to a fire, when addressing a fire, when putting out a fire, and when lives are at risk, when saving lives. So thank you for that testimony. Just at the hearing that we held with Fire and Emergency Management, we discussed the CAD system, and I know that there's been some problems with it. They were going to be addressed. The CAD system did go offline again most recently, so I just wondered what's being done, and if anything, because we spoke about it at Fire and Emergency Management, and it went offline again. I just wondered what's being done to address that issue with that system.
I think the recent outage you're referring to the EMS CAD, I believe. Correct?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the EMS CAD and the fire CAD, both we have planned outages, but we also plan that it is going to be down at times, as with any technology. And so we do have redundancies built in, so there are no operational issues when the CAD is down, whether it's a planned or unplanned outage. In the case of the EMS CAD, that is an older piece of technology, and it is in the process of being upgraded.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to switch now to the Mayor's Executive Order. The Mayor's Executive Order 12, the Fire Department is instructed to work with the Department of Education to conduct outreach in schools, including teachers, staff, students, regarding fire safety measures and evacuation procedures. Will there be outreach in every school, every year, all grades? And are there presentations with literature and media, and will they be in many languages?
Yes, to all of the above. We were going to have our field companies will be present in schools. We also, as we mentioned, have educational materials online, and we're working with the DOE to package them as curriculum so that teachers can integrate them into their curriculum, and the DOE has been a great partner with us on that. So it's going to be, we're going to have a very significant presence in schools going forward thanks to that partnership.
Good, and moving forward, since we are advancing that type of a program, will there be any type of results from that program, data, and the number of outreach that the percentage of the outreach done and what the result was?
Yes, we track all of our fire safety education presentations, and so after we've implemented this for a period of time, we'll be able to report back on to the council.
Okay. And just to get back to the inspections, we were talking about self-closing doors and such, but the inspections are also done on sprinklers and fire alarms as well within these dwellings. And is there data on that? Like how many have been out in your capacity of going in as inspectors? How many were found out? How many were found non-operational? And were violations given for that?
Yeah, we don't have that in front of us, but we could produce that for you.
Okay, great. Okay, my next questions will be for HPD. Deputy Commissioner Sanchez, listening to your report, it just reminded me of getting a resume and reading it and thinking this is the perfect candidate to hire. But when the candidate came in, very little of what was in that resume was true. I have HPD buildings in my district. We're constantly getting calls from the tenants. Now, you have management companies that are within these buildings, correct?
I'm sorry, council member, can you just clarify? Are you talking about buildings that
HPD buildings,
owns,
multifamily dwellings, they have management companies that HPD contracts with.
In terms of enforcement?
Supers, no,
I'm sorry.
supers, porters, someone who they contact in case there is an issue, an emergency line where people answer when there's issues and it's a weekend or overnight, right? Do you have management companies in those buildings that you contract with?
Again, just to clarify, council member, what I've been speaking about in terms of enforcement is enforcement in privately owned property. It's not regarding HPD property. If your question is about HPD,
Twin Parks was a multifamily dwelling. It was a large complex.
It was private. It's privately owned property, which contracts mostly with New York State on the management of the property. I believe that, yeah, it's a state Mitchell-Lama. So HPD doesn't have direct oversight in terms of ownership of the property. I'm just trying to understand the question.
No, I get it, but there are HPD buildings within my district on the Rockaway Peninsula that are not Mitchell-Lama.
Okay.
That are co-ops, HPD co-ops, and they have management companies that run them for HPD.
Yes, and for that I will turn
so
it.
the answer is yes. So the complaints that I get at my office are about heat, hot water, self-closing doors, elevators that are out and need repair, structural repair, and poor signage. Oftentimes, these complaints go to the management company to be addressed, or on the emergency line for HPD to be addressed. And the reason why I know about them is because neither the management company nor HPD addresses these issues within the timeline that you testified for today. And that concerns me. So I went and did my own inspection in the buildings. The common areas did not have self-closing doors, and in fact, were chocked open. Now, if you have management companies inside those buildings, which you do, how did they communicate with you when they see violations in common areas as well as in tenants' apartments?
So, Councilmember, good afternoon. My name is Anne-Marie Hendrickson, and I run HPD's Office of Asset and Property Management. I do believe you're probably speaking about either city Mitchell-Lama?
They're not City Mitchell-Lama.
Okay, so if you're talking about private co-ops, they're private.
HPD run.
No. Let's make the distinction. There are buildings that HPD owns and we manage directly. Then there are buildings that HPD may have financed and sold to an affordable housing developer. They then put in their own private management companies to operate and kind of, run the day-to-day management of the buildings. What I'd like to do, if possible, with you is, let me get the addresses of which buildings you're speaking of, and it probably makes better sense for us to talk offline about the complaints you're bringing to our attention about management companies and/or owners of buildings that are not responding to tenant issues, complaints, making appropriate repairs, not having self-closing doors. Again, without information about which buildings we're speaking about, I can't take the corrective action that may be needed.
And I'm happy to speak to you offline about that, but I want to know what your procedure is when complaints are made, because HPD is copied on the emails that I'm copied on. What is your procedure to deal with these management companies that are not taking care of what's happening in the buildings?
Okay. Well, thank you, Council Member. Again, the management companies are reporting and have contracts with the owners. So if in the event that a management company is not making repairs that are needed or warranted, HPD could potentially step in and replace that manager and request that the owner replace that manager with someone more professional and someone who's going to be more attentive to the residents. So again, I would love to follow up on this conversation with you, with my colleague, Anne-Marie Santiago, on enforcement, so we can take the corrective action that may be needed if the management company is not performing their job well.
And I don't think it's just specific to my district. I think it's citywide in that type of a situation. So a question was asked earlier about how many inspectors you have that go out, and honestly, it was sidestepped because you just said, we're backfilling and we're looking for new candidates. How many do you have right now that go out and do inspections?
So, Council Member, we have approximately 270 or so inspectors. But I do want to clarify, tenants who are experiencing the issues that you raised with their managing agents should also call 311 for the types of responses that I've been discussing. So when you you speak with Anne-Marie Hendrickson about those addresses, we can certainly look to see how many complaints have been filed and what have been the results of those inspections by HPD. So we'd be happy to do that as well.
I agree with you, and that is what the tenants do. They call 311, and they call their management company, they send emails to HPD, and then at a point where they've not seen any type of results, that's when my office is called. So we instruct them on the procedure, but it seems that they have an issue. So I will talk to you about it offline, but it is not just parochial to my district. It is, throughout the city of New York. Of the 270 inspectors you have, how many HPD buildings that you're discussing today do you have?
The inspectors that I am referring
It's 270, but how many buildings
they inspect
that come under the umbrella of today's?
170,000 buildings in the city come under our purview. Not all of those buildings file complaints. There are some buildings in the city where the tenants don't file complaints, whether the building is in good condition or the tenant chooses to not file a complaint, but any building is subject to our enforcement.
So you only react upon a complaint, and in buildings where maybe some tenants are less likely to make a complaint, then those issues are not addressed. Is that what you're saying?
No, Council Member. I would beg to differ, and I think this is kind of where I talked a little bit about some of our proactive enforcement. So we are responsive to, in those cases, a lot of times tenants are more likely to go to community groups, or they're more likely to go to your offices, and certainly we're responsive to any type of housing maintenance issue that you bring to our attention, even if the tenants wish to not be directly identified or named, or they don't wish to file complaints. We are active in looking for those buildings. We have community groups that are on contract with ourselves, with other city agencies, who do bring buildings to our attention, and certainly we're responsive to that.
So I'm going to ask you the question, and I'll just go back to Fitney. A number of the bills that came forth, and we've discussed in the beginning and in both your testimonies, you deferred to other agencies. Does that mean, HPD, that you're not taking a position on it, or you're just deferring? Do you have no No opinion on those bills.
In general, we're deferring to the other agencies and mostly Department of Buildings because they're the technical experts on the subject matter. So we have no objection or concerns about the bills, and so any concerns that are raised would really come from those agencies.
So no objection. Okay.
Yeah, similarly, we support anything broadly that's going to increase fire safety, but a lot of times we're talking about a code, and it's not under our code, so we just don't want to speak to how it would be specifically enforced.
That's fine. Thank you very much. And I, as soon as this hearing is over, we will be sitting together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Ariola. I have a follow-up question on the issue of correction of self-closing door violations. There was an article recently posted stating that in 2017, there was a self-closing door violation detected by HPD 2017 at the subject building 333 East 21st Street, and that the violation existed and it was cured only 3 years later. Is that information accurate? And if yes, what in the system failed, given that we have so many procedures that require that it be cured?
Sorry. Thank you, Council Member. In 2017, those self-closing door violations were not emergency repair violations. And so the follow-up was very different than the follow-up that it is today. Again, after the fire in 2017, the City Council passed a law making that self-closing door violation a Class C violation, which is immediately hazardous. And so the process today, as I've described it, was not the process in 2017.
Thank you. And now, Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on Chair Ariola's remark about agencies that were deferred to but are not present. I think I'm just making a statement. It's very important that when a bill addresses an agency, that agency either is able to provide their perspective on that bill with agencies that are at the dais, or that they are able to share that. So I think we don't have DOB here today. I think 2 or 3 of the bills pertain directly to their code and their expertise. They should have been here today. DCWP is not here, and their perspective would have been helpful on the space heater legislation, and environmental protections perspective would have been helpful on the minimum heat requirement legislation as well. So they're not here today. I believe they should have been, and we look forward to their perspectives on this as these pieces of legislation move forward.
Thank you very much, Council Member, and we will definitely take that back. We are working with those agencies to prepare some feedback for you, and that will be provided to you as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will give the floor to council members that have raised their hands.
Thank you, Chair Feliz. For council member questions, again, use the Zoom raise hand function if you're online. And present, we have Councilmember Dinowitz, followed by Councilmember Hanif, followed by Councilmember Aviles, who will be on Zoom.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I first want to thank the chairs, Feliz, Ariola, and Sanchez for this important hearing, and of course, all of you for attending. My first question, HPD, do you have or FDNY, don't really care. Do you have a breakdown of where these fires occur relative to income and immigration status of the residents?
We don't have a breakdown by that, but we could give you a breakdown of where fires occur so they can be overlaid with those data sets that we don't keep.
HPD does not keep track of all the fires in the city, so I defer that to the fire department.
Okay, so there's, I guess, no data tracking to see that, low-income communities and immigrant communities are facing deadly fires more so than other communities. That data doesn't exist right now?
I wouldn't say that that data doesn't exist. Like I mentioned, we target our fire safety education outreach to the communities that are most vulnerable based on where there are the largest number of fires. And as you point out, we often find that those are immigrant communities. So a lot of our materials are multilingual. Often we send fire safety educators who might be from that community. So we do target our outreach about that. I was just commenting, we don't keep that data ourselves. We could overlay it for you, but that's certainly the way we make decisions around where fire safety education occurs is based on vulnerability.
Okay, I do want to talk about the education in a sec, but first I want to talk about this word I keep hearing, proactive. And every time you're describing it, it sounds like it is in response to something. In other words, it's in response to a 311 call. You are inspecting in response to a community group doing something. You are responding to a 311 call, and then you proactively, whatever else is in the line of sight, according to this report, you inspect. Do your inspectors ever go into a building without anyone asking you to or telling you to?
Generally, we focus our resources where we have a known issue of some sort. So whether that known issue comes to us via a complaint or whether that known issue comes to us via some violations that were issued or that issue comes to our attention via, again, a community group, an elected official, we really would have no reason to be in that building other than we are trying to address some condition that exists that is affecting the lives of the tenants that are there.
So I'm going to respectfully disagree because I may not know that a door needs to be self-closing. I think Councilmember Ariola mentioned that there are some people who don't want to or don't call 311. I can tell you that my children, close to our family, they go to their apartment and their fire doors are not self-closing and they don't have handles on them. But that building's never inspected or people in the building may not think to call 311. So I would really just appreciate if maybe you change the word proactive, because it sounds like you go out to the buildings throughout the community, you go out to buildings throughout the city and do necessary inspections, but again, it doesn't sound like that's the case. It sounds like people need to bring you complaints. That's more fair and accurate, right?
And I think to that exact point, council member, as you were raising, this education piece and this information piece is very key to bringing us to where people have concerns, right? The fact that they didn't know that their door needed to be self-closing, despite the fact that there should be a sign on the back of their door telling them that, or something posted in the building, right? That's where we really need to make sure that people understand what they're entitled to as a renter. And I know that as part of their lease, they should be receiving some documents as required, to inform them about not only that, but lead-based paint, about window guards. We make every effort to make sure that tenants are aware of what they're entitled to as a renter.
Thank you. I would just ask the chair if I can ask just one more question about the education. Thank you. I agree the is very important. Again, I just wish you would say, no, we don't proactively go out to buildings because we don't have enough resources. I think that would just be a more honest and appropriate answer if that's the case, because we're here to keep people safe. I don't think any of us believe that you don't want people to be safe, and we have to fix it so that people don't die. This is a very serious reason why we're here. So I just want to get to the education very quickly. I got this in the mail. This you? Yeah, I know. I'll bring it to you. Am I allowed to do that? Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm just showing, it's about a 10-page document that I received in the mail from the FDNY with a lot of important information. I think this speaks to the education you were talking about, and I said I would email this to you, and I will. So I have a couple of concerns about the education versus what I'm receiving in the mail. And I first, want to make it very clear. I do want to thank you. You had one of your firefighters present to my community over Zoom. Very informative, and it goes without saying, the fact that your firefighters run into danger to keep the rest of us safe is something that words can't do justice, right? That is something that I don't think any of us here can do. So I want to thank you for that. But I also want to make sure all of us have the education we need. So this is a document that I think was sent out by the FDNY. It has your logo on it. It's about 10 pages with very, 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 very small font size. And two things jump out at me. One is, as we're talking about educating and reaching everyone, the size of the font alone, it's probably not ADA compliant. I would probably have to check that. It's probably not. But it's also written in such a way that it's very dense. And simply the fact that the information is there doesn't necessarily keep people safe. You mentioned the signs on the back of doors, very small type, very hard to read, very dense. The other thing that jumps out at me is there's nothing in here that lets people know that this is available in any other language. So who does this help? This helps people with good eyesight. This helps people who can comprehend thick text, who have the time and ability to read through 10 pages, and who speak English. And I don't want to take any more time, but I do want to say, as you're working with the DOE, I hope that the employees of the DOE that you are working with are actually teachers and educators. Many of the employees there are not. So I hope the people you're working with are teachers and educators, and perhaps you can collaborate with them on more than just the curriculum. I've been looking through your website, and it seems to me that a lot of the flyers and tips have great information on them, but they're presented in such a way that is inaccessible to a lot of people, particularly, once we get the data, particularly the people who probably need that outreach and that very digestible information, which is typically low-income New Yorkers and immigrant New Yorkers.
Yeah, I completely agree. So I'm a teacher myself.
All right.
I'm also a community organizer, and I think the staff behind me from Community Affairs will probably nod when I say this, but I make them crazy in reviewing all of our materials and making sure that they are accessible. We actually contract with a firm called Ideas 42 that does exactly that, that actually studies how people absorb information and make sure that it's clear and that we're getting the point across, because to exactly what you said, the information is not useful even if it's accurate, if it's not accessible. And that can mean accessibility by size, by language, often the way information is presented, even using visual aids, and also doing it in multiple different fashions, right? Not just writing, but also video. Everybody learns differently. So we're regularly reviewing everything and making sure it fits. We actually have sort of standards and guidance around what educational materials are supposed to look like. I do know we have a lot that's produced by our members, which is sometimes well-intended, but maybe a bit lengthy or inaccessible. So if you sent me that, we would definitely review it and make something a little more readable. So thank you for bringing that attention to that document, but that is always our outlook, is to try to make things accessible and in multiple languages and make sure that we're actually teaching and not just kind of leaving documents behind, right?
Yeah, and when did you hire that firm?
Oh, we have always had them, as long as I've been there, had them on contract, and we regularly review our materials with them. So.
Okay, so I don't know this contractor, but I would just generally say that as an educator yourself, you can look through the materials that are posted on your website. It's nyc.gov/assets/FDNY, downloads, right, PDF. They are... I would just have them or maybe someone else start reviewing them, because in general, I've been looking through a lot of these, not accessible. And again, as you are working with the Department of Education, I urge you to please actually work with teachers, educators, people who are doing the work, interacting with children of all ages to know how to make things accessible. That is their job. That's their job to do that. They're typically very good at it. And so I encourage you to do that, because it's It is not about creating a like you said, like I said, it's not about just creating a document that has the information. It does no good for anyone. We have to keep people safe, and I agree, education is a huge part of it, and this is one step. And I'm looking forward to receiving that information about the breakdown of where these fires are, and I hope that maybe in the future you're proactive in real life about checking for safety.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ariola is going to ask a quick question, and then we're going to pass it off to Councilmembers Hanif, Aviles, Farias, and then Kagan.
Hi, I just wanted to go back to the inspectors. So we know we have 270 inspectors. You said you have hired more. How many lines do you have to fill to bring it to the point where you're at capacity for inspectors?
So we're working with a little bit in excess of 100 backfills to fill, and we're looking forward to doing that as quickly as possible.
And any additional to the backfills, or it's just backfilling in?
It's backfills at this point. With COVID, we did have, as every agency did, some losses, and so we're working to backfill that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councilmember Hanif?
Thank you, chairs, and I appreciate Councilmember Dinowitz's comment about the necessity of having this data breakdown and just the dissemination of neighborhoods, because we know that the worst fires have taken place or have taken the lives of immigrants in our city, from the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory to the Twin Parks fire. So I'm putting on my immigration committee chair hat on as well, and so I'll start with more language access related questions. First, appreciative that your website lays out materials in multiple languages. Could you elaborate how these materials reach communities and residents? And then how big is your outreach team? And then how do they gather feedback?
So in terms of how do we reach people, we have the website. Obviously, we also have a team of fire safety educators. Some of them are actually retirees that we bring back just to do fire safety presentation educations, and then our field units are also involved in fire safety education. So it's really the entire department actually works on that issue.
And then are you able to share how many of those folks speak another language?
I don't know offhand, but it was one of our key tools when we recruit for the unit, that we ask people if they speak a second language, and we not only look for people who speak a second language, but people who are from the community that they might be teaching in, so that we can match someone who's enmeshed in that community, not only speaks the language, but may know community leaders, may be able to better access members of the community who are influencers.
And would you be able to share that information with us?
Yeah, we'd be happy to.
Great. And then in terms of this outreach, is it just dissemination, or is there a component that is community providing input?
There is definitely regular input. We have a pretty robust community affairs unit, and so they're regularly reaching out to various community members, including some of the council members here, to talk about what's needed. They also work with fire operations to understand the causes of a fire in any given year and target the outreach based on any increases in causes of certain fires.
Got it. And then does this outreach happen on a sort of public calendar? Like, what's the frequency of outreach?
So it depends on the nature of the event. When we actually ask, is this going to be a public event or not? So sometimes it's a closed event. Like if we're going to a school, obviously we're not going to put that out to the public because that's just for that school. In some cases, we have a forum. Often when the council members sponsor events, they're public. And so we will promote that ourselves in addition to whoever's hosting it with us.
Got it. So there's no sort of like how, for example, the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs does like public know your rights town halls or webinars. Is there something of a frequency that
we do some of that? I'm looking at Fabricio. We do some of that. Yeah, I can give you some specific data on how often.
Got it.
But it's pretty regular.
Would love to know that.
Yeah.
And then another question for the FDNY. I appreciate you stating that the goal of Intro 106 is laudable. Given that this issue is within the purview of the agency, I'd like you to elaborate a little bit more. Could you share the department's position? I know you deferred to DCWP.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as the chief mentioned, so I was just making sure I had the right bill. As the chief mentioned, space heaters are a cause of fires, and sometimes that's due to an electrical component like an overloaded outlet, and sometimes that could be the heater itself if it catches, say, a blanket on fire. And so, we're very supportive of anything that prevents that. Just in terms of the text of the bill, we defer to them on how it would be implemented and how it could be most effective.
Great, good to have your support. And then this is for HPD. The owners of 333 East 181st Street has 123 buildings in New York City, and tenants made nearly 2,500 heat and hot water complaints over the last 3 years, which includes all of the COVID era. Could you share what steps HPD took in response to these complaints, whether during the duration of when the complaints were coming in or post fire tragedy? And could you share if HPD has filed a lawsuit against this predatory landlord?
Thank you for your question. I don't have stats on the full portfolio of the owner of this building. I do know that for 333 specifically, we had received 2 heat complaints in the heat season prior to the fire. And those 2 heat complaints were for one apartment only in the 120-unit building, and the complaints were closed based on a callback to the tenant indicating that heat had been restored. So I don't, for that same building in previous heat seasons, again, we only had 2 or 3 complaints each heat season, and we did not issue any violations. So we would have to do further research. If you're asking about the portfolio, I couldn't answer
that
question
portfolio
today.
would be great. This is something that came out in the days following the tragedy, and not just simply heat and hot water issues, but pests and all other issues that the owner needs to be held accountable to. But in the past, I know that HPD has taken action against these kinds of landlords. So was just curious to see what steps were taken immediately after the tragedy.
In general, for heat violations, when we have repeat offenders, we do seek civil penalties in housing court. But I can't, again, speak to the specifics of this landlord at this
But you
time.
can get me some details.
We can, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Hanif. And I actually have a few follow-up questions on that same topic. Heating law violations can be tricky, given that a tenant could complain about lack of heating or insufficient heating. By the time an inspector comes, the heating could be back on. So it could be pretty difficult, or in some cases impossible under the current system, to properly detect and enforce those heating laws. Just curious, how long does it take for HPD to send an inspector and get an inspector into the building when a heating complaint has been placed?
Thank you, Councilmember. And I believe we report this regularly on our mayor's management report. Generally, it takes about 2.5 days to respond to a heat complaint. It could be quicker. The times when it is kind of at that level is when it may be particularly cold and we have an excessive number of heat complaints. And then we are really trying to focus on the buildings that have absolutely no heat in those cases, because that is where the greatest risk lies in terms of the tenants and the coldness of the building.
I think that timeline is problematic. Our weather changes rapidly. It could be 40 degrees one day, it could be -10 the next day. If tenants have no heat during that -10-degree day, I think it's a problem if they cannot get an inspector to inspect and also place the violation. Is there any point where HPD conducts random inspections? Let's say, for example, 20 heating complaints have been placed in a week. There might not be a violation due to the challenges that are before us in terms of enforcing the violations and getting someone there quickly. But if there are many complaints, is there any point that HPD says, let's conduct a random inspection so that we won't have to go through that 48-hour process?
Right, and again, thank you, Council Member. As I mentioned before, buildings that have a particularly high number of complaints, we do try and watch more carefully with our Division of Neighborhood Preservation, reaching out proactively to tenants, even if they have not filed a complaint, or reaching out proactively to owners to say, what was the cause of the fact that we have 100 complaints in your building? So we do that, and in the instance where we determine that there is no heat, based on that kind of follow-up, we can send an inspector without a specific complaint at that time.
Thank you. Now let's hear from Councilmember Alexa Aviles. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Starting time.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much, Chair Feliz, Chair Sanchez, and Chair Ariola for this joint committee hearing. I have several questions. I guess the first thing is, it feels like we have to make sure that we do not forget the focus of many of these tragic situations, which is landlords who are not providing adequate services that make tenants depend on things like space heaters or ovens for services that they're paying for and they should be receiving. And I'm particularly concerned about those buildings that are receiving, landlords who are receiving public subsidies, right? And yet manage to continue to violate the law and not provide the services that they're supposed to. I was curious about in particular, and thank you to the HPD staff who's going to provide the information about the particular landlord in Twin Parks around the many violations that they have. But I was specifically interested also in learning about what happens when fees are not, or when fees are not collected in a timely fashion. How does that get escalated to the point of like real accountability? I feel like we hear about these cases dragging on and on and on, and repeat offenders across the city, and yet people continue to suffer. So if you could describe a little bit to me around what are the actual next steps that happen when we have these repeated fines that are not collected or are not being collected.
Thank you, Council Member. So as I had outlined previously, there are basically three categories that we're talking about. Inspection fees and emergency repair charges are both billed through the Department of Finance. And the enforcement mechanism there, I guess to be determined further by the council, was the tax lien sale or other mechanisms that Department of Finance has to enforce collections. You know, I don't know where that lays at this point, but the charges are transferred. Interest accrues if it's not paid over time, and it accrues at the same rate as, I believe, your property tax. So that's the enforcement mechanism on those. In terms of penalties obtained in housing court, those are filed with the court, and those remain open against the property. That would require payment, certainly before any property is transferred. Most title search companies will find that on a title search because they are cataloged against the property. So that's the enforcement in terms of HPD fees, civil penalties, and emergency repair charges.
Got it. So it's attached to the property as opposed potentially to the owner.
That's correct. It's attached to the property. Which
is definitely an easy mechanism to skirt. In terms of, I'm going to switch really quickly. We've had a constituent inform us that HPD and Department of Building inspectors have been, that are not trained in fire prevention standards are actually doing inspections in buildings. Can you talk to us a little bit about how HPD investigators are trained? What's the training?
Sure, thank you, Council Member. So as I mentioned, our training had really just been about looking for the self-closing door, making sure that the door is closing properly and that it's a fire-rated door. We are intending to do additional training for our inspectors with a little more detail, and certainly based on the introduction here today, assuming that that moves forward, would incorporate any definitions that are placed on self-closing doors by the council.
Great. We would love to see a full training that meets the National Fire Protection Association standards so that both HPD and DOB inspectors are doing full inspections that are required. I wanted to switch also lastly to some of my colleagues in terms of Intro 131. I think along the veins of language access that we've heard Councilmember Hanif and certainly Councilmember Dinowitz mention, I think one of the omissions in the bill that we should definitely address is mandating language in terms of to ensure that there is outreach in adequate languages in the communities. We know that if it is not mandated, unfortunately, it falls off the table due to lack of resources. So one of the things I would love to implore my colleagues is to add language around mandating accessible languages.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Velez. Now we'll pass it back to Councilmember Sanchez, who has a few additional follow-up questions.
Just one for FDNY. Was the Twin Parks Northwest building or any of the buildings in the Twin Parks portfolio, were they flagged in RBIS? Had there been proactive inspections ahead of the fire on January 9th?
There was an inspection of May in 2021 from the local fire company, and I do believe those buildings are at a little bit higher risk in the system. The chief can speak to that more specifically.
Yes, so since 2013, that particular building was inspected 6 times, which is a lot. So that means that it is scoring on a high risk, in a high risk category.
Thank you. And can you elaborate on why? What were the triggers in particular that caused the 6 inspections?
I can't get into specifics, but generally it would be 311 calls received for complaints and any other type of violations that were given. Although the fire department in those 6 inspections only issued 1 violation, which was for a faulty fire alarm system, which was corrected, at that time.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. Now, Councilmember Amanda Farias, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. Are we in afternoon? Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for all of your service and everything that you folks do. Thanks to my colleagues for hosting this. I want to take advantage of timing because I have a lot of different questions. In the areas that we spoke about with HPD around education, should the agency be mandated to send out notification mailers so we can make sure the complaints are actually, or the information on where to or how to manage complaints are notified by every resident or can be notified to every resident? I'm here, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking for you on the screen. That was my bad.
Why are we looking in different directions?
I'm so sorry. I apologize. Certainly, anything we can do to communicate with tenants and provide information is helpful. Just to note that on every inspection, we do hand a pamphlet to the tenant, which covers all of the 9 points that I spoke about earlier, the health issues and the 4 fire safety concerns, and explains to them a little bit about what those are. Every tenant also has an opportunity, and I believe it's covered in the pamphlet as well, to get a longer document or ABCs of housing, either by calling 311, by requesting it online. So we're happy to talk to you about any tenant communication that you feel might be helpful.
And just want to reference around the bill change that's going to go from 21 days to 10 days right now. What or how does HPD consider corrected? Is it when a vendor has been chosen and inspected and will begin work, or is it when services rendered or work is completed?
A condition is corrected when the work is completed, when whatever the condition is has been addressed.
Sure. So do we feel, or can we assume based off of previous cases that a 10-day time frame is is actually realistic in terms of correction. And I ask this just because of during the pandemic, we saw that there were just like a really tight timeline on how to get resources, get tools, get wood, get paper, whatever it's been, because there's been backlogs. So do we see a 10-day time frame as realistic right now in this current state?
I think that that is still the case for many building owners. There still is a crush on supplies.
Right.
But I think, our concern with the 10-day window is not just that, right? It has to do with making arrangements with the tenant. As I said, most of the violations we issued are not at the request of the tenant, meaning they didn't ask us to come in there and write this violation, and if they only called us about pests, and now they have to take off extra days to be home for either the landlord or for us to do the work, there are concerns about that scheduling. And I think, we're also concerned that not every fix is an easy, quick one, right?
Sure.
There are certainly ones where you just have to replace the pin in the door, and there are some where the door frame is not going to hold the door properly so that it will hang so that it doesn't scrape on the floor or whatever is holding it from closing. And so I think that that also comes into play in terms of our concerns.
Great, thank you. And so I have a couple management companies in my district particularly that prefer complaints from tenants to go straight to the management company's office. Do we right now have a reporting mandate or mechanism for building management companies or owners to self-report the amount of complaints that come directly to them instead of 311?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you. And then, 18 seconds, that's too bad because I'm gonna ask more questions. So just on self-closing doors, and then I can see if there's a second round. I have spoken with some fire safety personnel or auditors or inspectors, and they've stated that there's a difference between a self-closing door and a fire safety or fire safe self-closing door. Is that accurate, how I'm reporting that back?
I'm not positive about the terminology, but a self-closing door would be for an apartment or a stairwell. Some buildings have, it depending on the square footage, in certain types of buildings required that the hallways are divided. And that would be like maybe something that you're talking about.
Okay.
Also, it required to close, self-close.
Sure. So I guess my question is more so around, is there a difference in terms of how the doors need to completely close to be fire safe? Like, does it matter if there's a doorknob or if it's just closed enough that fire won't seep through?
Yes, when the door's fully opened, it's released, and if it fully closes, that would be a self-closing door.
Okay.
That would prevent fire from spreading.
Okay, great. And then I have a last question, if the chair doesn't mind.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. He's like, whatever. It's around intro 106 and the sale of space heaters. I just have a question around if it meaningfully changes the dynamic, or do we need this on a larger macro scale to be coupled with inspecting electrical outlets and having each of these building owners or property managers actually have annual or some sort of inspections of the electrical outlets in each of the buildings or apartments?
I would say that the majority of space heater malfunctions are related to either an overloading of an outlet, so that's more of an education issue, I think, or of the heater being too close to something flammable.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think I'm done.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Farias. And now, Councilmember Kagan.
Starting time.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, Chair Feliz, Chair Sanchez, Chair Ariola, for a very important meeting, very important public hearing. And of course, talking about the death of people. My question is to the New York Fire Department, to the Chief. In my district, on March 13th, there was a death of one tenant in NYCC building in Surfside Gardens, 2960 West 31st Street. And also there was a fire in the beginning of February at Bay 35th Street. My question is like about fire department investigations. What is the usual timeline on the results of these investigations? And what could be the consequences to all responsible parties, including city agencies like NYCC, and in some cases could be even fire department if previous complaints from the area didn't result to any kind of actions by fire department or in case of Bay 35th Street National Grid. So timeline on the results of investigation and what could be the consequences for all responsible parties, including city agencies.
Whenever we have an incident, you know, our Bureau of Fire Investigation does a investigation. They come to their findings as to the cause of the fire, depending upon, you know, the complexity of the incident, how much damage was done, and how effectively they can navigate the area. Sometimes it could be done within a day or two, and sometimes it could take, you know, up to, you know, several weeks to come to a conclusion. When we are on the scene of a fire, if there are any fire, you know, violations of the fire code, those are addressed on the scene by the units that are there immediately. And if there's any structural issue, it's referred to DOB and or any other agency that has the jurisdiction over the issue.
But if the responsible party is New York City Housing Authority, it's a city agency. So what could be the consequence if NYCC didn't do proper inspections and proper repair or providing heat in the case of Surfside Gardens and tenants were forced to use space heaters, or in case of Bay 35th Street, if inspectors from fire department didn't do a job properly, then what could be the consequences to responsible parties?
Any consequences would commensurate with the violation that we would observe, or if we observe any violation on the scene, we will either enforce it if it's within the fire code or refer it to other agencies.
But is it possible that NYCC just will ignore, okay, another fire, or like if agency is responsible, then okay, it's another fire, what can we do? It's not private landlord.
Even a city agency, we will, you know, collaborate with the other agencies, and we also issue violation orders just to document the incident, and we work together with the agency to make sure it's corrected.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Kagan. Next up is Councilmember Holden, and then Councilmember Krishnan, and then Riley, and then Williams. So Councilmember Holden.
Starting time.
Thank you, chairs, for this important hearing. My question is directed to FDNY. We heard at the last Fire and Emergency Management Committee hearing that during the COVID emergency period of 2020 and 2021, fire inspectors were reassigned to do COVID-19 inspections and enforcement to see if businesses and organizations were complying with the mask mandates, for instance, and other COVID mandates. Is this true? And if so, how long were the inspectors reassigned? And was there a drop in building and fire inspections?
There were not only FDNY inspectors, but inspectors from a number of other agencies that were reassigned. There were different levels at different periods of COVID, whether or not we were at various peaks. So the numbers shifted over time, but they have been returned to the FDNY, those inspectors.
Right, but did we learn a lesson here?
Not sure I understand the question.
Well, how many fire inspectors are there, by the way?
We're budgeted for approximately 630.
630 fire inspectors for the entire city. And of those 630 or so, how many were reassigned? Like an average, reassignment? Was it half? Was it 20? I mean, how many? Do you have like
yeah, as I said, it varied over the period, so we could look at that and get back to you. But I would say like 50 would be sort of an approximate number at any given time. It was not half.
All right, but it was, what we did find out is, I mean, I don't personally, I don't want fire inspectors being reassigned to see if a business is complying with a mask mandate or something like that. I want fire inspectors to, because there's so many buildings and so many complaints that we heard, that I just think any reassignment of fire inspector, we know what tragic fires can occur in New York City, and how the loss of life could be, you know, like we learned, like was mentioned, going back to the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory. So I would hope that we'd learn a lesson, that if we need inspectors to do COVID, that we get that from either health, or we get that from, or we create a new agency or hire new people, but by just reassigning fire inspectors, which we don't have enough of, obviously, to do that is a waste of certainly their expertise, I think. And that's my, but I would hope that FDNY would also push back if a mayor did that and say, you know what, we have a lot of inspections to do. And do we have an average caseload for these inspectors?
I don't have that on hand.
Can you get that?
We can.
Okay, because we did have an allegation, I believe it was by a union at the last hearing, that the Twin Parks inspection didn't happen because inspectors were reassigned. And I don't know if that's correct, but do you have any opinion on that, or?
That is mistaken.
Okay. All right. HPD, I guess then your inspectors were reassigned during COVID, your building inspectors?
Good afternoon. Only at the very beginning, council member. So in 2020, we did have some inspectors reassigned. In 2021, and to date, we have not had any inspectors reassigned.
Well, it doesn't appear that we're doing that now as much, but again, I want to make sure that we learn a lesson here, that we don't make the mistakes of the past. If we're not inspecting buildings and we're doing, a COVID enforcement, I think that could be done, especially if you're down so many. I mean, but I think you said there were 270 you were budgeted for, or you have, and then you're down about 100 inspectors. Is that what you said?
Yes, that's correct.
Time expired.
Yes, council member, I'm sorry, that's correct.
And how long does it take? I'll just finish up quickly. How long does it take to hire someone? I mean, because 100 is a big number. It's a big part of your inspection workforce, right?
Yes, and we're working with OMB closely. We're working with DCAS because, as I mentioned, these are civil service titles. So there is a list out there now. There is another test coming up in April where we hope to be able to pull candidates.
So this month, April, you're having a test?
There is a test. Yeah, I don't have the exact date offhand, council member, but we can certainly pass that.
So what's your target date for just fulfilling the 100 positions? Do you say like the summer? Or
it's as quickly as possible, council member, as quickly as possible.
Well, I don't know
can't
how long
estimate.
it takes to hire someone. Does it take months? Does it take, how does it take, a
Right.
week?
Again, we're working with OMB to make sure that approvals come as quickly as possible once we've identified candidates. As always, there's a process of interviewing, identifying, calling people in, interviewing, and we're looking to do that as quickly as possible. I can't.
Yeah, I just hope you'd have by July, we want to have 100 hired, that kind of thing. As quickly as possible is good, but I think there's got to be some kind of target where we reach, we have to have some kind of target to accomplish our goals, don't we? I mean, so I would say that not as quickly as possible, hire them by, 100 by May 15th or something like that. So I would hope that that would happen, and then even hire some more after that. Thank you, chairs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Holden. And now, Councilmember Krishnan.
Starting time.
Thank you so much to the chairs, Feliz, Sanchez, and Ariola for today's critical hearing on an issue of grave concern to so many of us all over the city. Our thoughts are with the victims and those who have all suffered from fire, as well as the previous fires and many other fires, including in my own district, that have occurred over the years. And I'm so glad to be having this hearing. I want to give some background here, and my questions are specifically for HPD. I have represented tenants in the city for 12 years, and in situations where there have been fires, where landlords have taken sledgehammers to their buildings and destroyed them overnight, where tenants have been forced out of their homes because of vacate orders by HPD, and then have remained out of their homes for years before getting back in. I've also represented tenants in tenant associations who have no heat or hot water and not seen a dime in enforcement or collection by the agency. In fact, I would be very curious to know, of all of the violations, Class A, B, and C in the city, where the time limit has passed for correction, how many fines has HPD actually collected over the number that are outstanding that they could collect? And I would submit that this is not just an issue of enforcing tenants' rights, which is the most critical thing. There's also a readily available set of resources that could be used and capitalized on to further support tenant right if HPD would actually collect fines on those violations. But I'm going to start my first question with just noting that we have an incident in my own district on 89th Street where tenants, there was a fire over a year ago. Tenants have been out of their homes for over a year at this point. And they have tried to get back in to get their belongings. That's been extraordinarily difficult. And while they remain out in hotels and fighting to ensure they can stay in the hotels, I'd like to know, having seen the situation and fought against HPD many times in these situations, what is the plan here for HPD to ensure the tenants can return home? When can they return home? And what is the plan to ensure that the work the landlord will do after this fire will be to have the tenants come back home instead of to re-rent the apartments to tenants who can pay far more?
Thank you, Council Member. I'm familiar with that fire. That was a big fire that's in Jackson Heights, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, we have litigation against that property, which we started not that long after the fire. We have been seeking restoration of the building. We have established a timeline as part of our litigation for the owner to make the necessary repairs. And I can let my colleagues speak to more details if you have questions, but we have provided hotel stays for tenants who have been unable to find long-term placement as of now. I believe that number has been going down, and we did assist quite a number of tenants with finding long-term placement. That was a particularly bad fire. The roof, I believe, was on fire, and so the damage was throughout the property. So basically, most building systems need to be replaced in that fire. This is not a fire where there were only few affected apartments. There's significant work that needed to be done on electrical systems, on plumbing. There was significant mold work in every apartment. So we are taking steps. I'd be happy to discuss in more detail with you where we go next.
Deputy Commissioner, I'd love to hear, and I'd actually request both the status update and a meeting. And I know I have a meeting coming up with the HPD Commissioner, but also with you and all those working on the 89th Street case, because I would like to know what the status is. The litigation was very belated, and at what point the tenants will be able to return home, because that's the most important question. Chair, if you permit, just one more question, but if you give me a little bit longer to finish my questioning.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you. I would like a full status update on when HPD, the status of the litigation, what legal remedies HPD is seeking from the landlord, what the enforcement will be if the landlord fails to comply with the deadlines, and when realistically will the tenants be able to return home.
Thank you, Council Member. We're happy to meet with you on that.
Thank you. And here's the larger point, and this goes back years with HPD. This is all not working. Landlords resort to fires, they demolish buildings to destroy them, to get rent-stabilized tenants out overnight, to then rebuild the buildings for luxury and tenants who can pay far more and turn the buildings over as schemes to get around rent stabilization. the biggest failure when it comes to housing laws in our city is the utter lack of enforcement by HPD and DOB of the housing laws. We can write all the laws in the world, put all the rights on paper, but if they're not enforced in reality, they mean nothing. And I've just seen it happen far too many times. And not even just, I think I would say the gravest situation for tenants is when a fire occurs and there's a vacate order placed on the building, because that's when you'd think every agency would descend upon the building to make sure the tenants are returned home. And that is when the agencies are the least helpful. The vacate orders put them out for a long time. They're fighting to remain in hotels that are often far-flung in different neighborhoods away from their communities. And the timeline for them to return, if they're able to return, is completely unknown. And so that's at the far end. But then we can cite so many instances, and I'd love to see a list of buildings now with Class C hazard violations of no heat or no hot water, and where HPD has actually collected fines in those buildings. So it's not working at all, the enforcement. And so I'd love to hear, and look forward to more conversations, but you're hearing it from my colleagues too. I'd love to know, has HPD given any thought to radically changing the way it actually conducts enforcement of housing code violations?
Thank you, Council Member, and certainly we're open to hear your suggestions and talk with you about, what works and what doesn't work, if you believe anything works, when we meet with the commissioner, and we'll take it from there. We do respond to vacates. We do work to monitor in the larger fires the return of tenants. Sometimes it does take some time, and it may seem like nothing is happening. So certainly maybe transparency is one of the things we can talk about, but open to meeting with you on these issues.
I look forward to it, and I would be very happy to talk through numerous buildings where this occurred, because again, I'll just close by saying that it's the lack of enforcement in this city of our housing code that incentivizes landlords to see breaking the law as a cost of doing business. That's it for them. And because of the lack of enforcement, they will keep destroying buildings overnight and vacating tenants, using fires as an excuse to gut rehab buildings and remove them from rent stabilization. And I think if this agency is going to fulfill its mission and going to protect tenants' rights, we need to radically rethink the way enforcement is done in the city by HPD, and I'll add in DOB, but for now, for this purpose, we'll focus on HPD. Thank you.
And we are absolutely committed to enforcing the housing codes to the best of our ability and to protecting tenants. And we have made changes over the years in order to get closer to that place. And certainly, in addition to the council member raising the issues today, any other council member is free to reach out to us for specifics in their districts.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Christian. And I just want to echo what the council member mentioned. If I'm correct, he is a tenant lawyer. I too am a tenant lawyer, and I was practicing prior to getting elected to the city council in Bronx Housing Court. Defended many tenants in repairs cases. And one thing that I noticed was that HPD moves forward to make sure that repairs are made in many cases, but however, landlords are not held accountable. Landlords could be required to pay fees, civil penalties, for violating our laws and harassing our tenants. And in many cases, they don't move forward with those actions. So we would be very interested and look forward to talking about how we can also hold landlords accountable for failing to abide by our housing laws.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is Councilmember Kevin Riley, and then Councilmember Natasha Williams.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Felice, Chair Sanchez, and Chair Ariola for this hearing. My question is directed to the FDNY. You guys spoke about the community affairs officers. I just want to know, how frequently do these officers actually go out in the communities, and do they partner with any nonprofits in the community as well?
So our community affairs unit does go out into the community regularly, and it also partners with our fire units, which are already in the community. And they do regular outreach to nonprofits, religious leaders, elected officials. We try to find any partnership we can to get a better foothold and better access to a community.
Okay. I've worked with the state and now with the city. I have never saw a community affairs officers from the FDNY. I worked with for the past decade, and I haven't seen this outreach. So is it possible that you guys could connect with me offline to see if we could get this outreach out there? I know NYPD has a principle of having the council precinct, clergy that they kind of work with, that they get information out that helps when we're trying to focus on public safety. Have you guys thought of having a model like that to kind of give communities information about what's going on with fires in the community in areas that have been impacted the most?
We do. We send officers to community board meetings to meet with the community board and discuss any concerns they have in their community, and we'd be more than happy to talk to you about who we've connected to in your community and see if we can expand that outreach with you and with your community members.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Riley. And next up is Councilmember Natasha Williams.
Starting time.
Hello, I'm back. So thank you so much, chairs, for allowing me to ask a question. So I know I have a bill before the committee, and I've also had quite a few issues with HPD. One of the main issues in my district is the lack of HPD complaints being addressed. So similar to what has been said numerous times today is enforcement and going out to actually address concerns when people do file 311 complaints. Many of the constituents have issues with heat in their buildings, and we want to ensure that they do not have to use these dangerous means to keep warm, as in using space heaters. What is your process for addressing these concerns in terms of sort of when a 311 complaint comes in? How does HPD determine when to send someone out to a building or reach out to that person who is making the complaint?
Thank you, council members. So if we have a telephone number of a tenant, if the complaint is not anonymous, we do try to contact every tenant to find out if the condition was corrected. And if we don't get confirmation from a tenant that the condition was corrected, we do send an inspector. So there's no complaint that would go unaddressed in some way.
Okay, and do you have a timeline on when this is completed?
So specifically for heat and hot water, our average turnaround time is about 2.5 days. We do, it can be more quickly, it can be a little bit longer, but that's the general response time for those types of complaints. For different types of complaints, they are prioritized behind heat and immediate emergencies.
Okay, and I'm interested in how the agency tracks this on the back end, because there's been a lot of commentary today around sort of this idea of what HPD is doing, but how can we cross-reference that? Because there's been countless times that I have had to reach out to the administration and go even above the agency because the agency was not responsive to my office, and the comment was somebody went out. But then when I go back and speak to the constituent, they say no one came out. And so what is the paper trail on the back end to sort of cross-reference that these sort of agents or investigators or inspectors are actually going out and adequately checking and properly closing out cases?
Thank you for that question. So we do have information on HPD Online, which is our website. That lists all the complaints that came in for the building. It would list the status of those complaints, so you can select the complaint you're looking for, put in the number, and see what the result was. Certainly, if you have further concerns than that, our intergovernmental office receives many, many inquiries in a day, and we can provide more detailed information. We do keep records of which apartment was inspected, of course, which tenant was spoken to, so that information is available.
Okay, and again, not to reiterate a lot of what was said, but we understand the causes of the fire in relations to the self-closing door exacerbating the fire. And one of the reasons that I am proposing changes is because a lot of what has been said around enforcement making sure and mandating that HPD actually has to go out at a specific time, I think is critical and important, because what we have seen is a lack of enforcement and a lack of corrective measures. And I believe in your testimony, you can correct me if I'm wrong, you mentioned that that you don't agree with it because it wouldn't allow HPD flexibility to address more pressing concerns. Was that correct?
That's part of our concern, council member. We do have, in order to meet a certain timeline, if we have a number of immediate emergency complaints come in, a ceiling is falling on someone, or there's no electricity in the building, we want to make sure we have the flexibility to adjust. Also happens during storms in response to different weather conditions. We may see more of one type of complaint or another. Having such a tight time frame is very difficult for us sometimes to manage.
Okay.
Time expired.
I'll yield my time. Thank you so much, chairs.
Thank you so much. And just a follow-up question on that. If HPD doesn't have enough inspectors to be able to meet all the demanding emergencies, wouldn't a better approach be to hire more inspectors rather than having a faster timeline to correct conditions?
Thank you, council member. And I think we're trying to do both, right? We are always prioritizing the most serious complaints that we receive for inspection. And we are making sure that we are getting to all of those in a very timely manner. But once you start expanding mandates around response times, and certainly we're always looking to meet the shortest timeline possible, to get out on complaints as quickly as we can. And those timelines will go down as we continue to replace lost inspectors. But it puts us sometimes in a little bit of a box when we have to meet a certain timeline. And we want to make sure that we're meeting those timelines, that they're reasonable for us to be able to have some flexibility. And so that's all we're asking for consideration on, sir.
But given the seriousness of defective self-closing doors, one defective self-closing door being able to cause the tragedy that we saw that ugly Sunday morning in the Bronx, wouldn't the better approach be to hire more inspectors rather than say, hey, we need more time to cure something as serious as self-closing doors?
I think that the timeline that you're referring to partially is the correction of the condition, which is mostly the responsibility of the property owner. And there, I think we're just looking for the consideration to make sure that it's a reasonable timeline for them to get that done. In terms of the re-inspections, again, there are processes in place primarily to address if it's been certified. And again, we can talk about maybe how to improve that process. We're certainly open to that. And those are a 10-day timeline to re-inspect, I believe it's 10 days after the certification, is a tight turnaround time. Absolutely, we want to make sure that the door is closed, council member. I think that's the goal that all of us are trying to get to. And the question is just whether it's that timeline or it requires an inspection.
And respectfully, we do have a way of improving the system. The way to improve the system is by requiring that a certified HPD inspector who knows what they're doing, that they actually go back to the building to inspect to determine whether the violation has been cured. So I think Councilmember Farias has a follow-up question, and then Councilmember Sanchez has a follow-up. We'll go with Councilmember Farias, and then we'll
I just want to piggyback on what Chair Felice is talking about. Everyone who's come on today talked about the fact that we need more inspectors in these buildings, and they're not being inspected regularly, they're not being followed up on, and people are losing their lives. So currently, with 270 inspectors and the amount of buildings that you told me before there are that you oversee, they would have to visit 629 buildings for the year. That's an awful big caseload for an inspector. So if we've learned one thing here, it's that we really have to work, and your agency has to work on making sure that you hire the maximum capacity of inspectors necessary to make sure that those buildings are safe, so that when people live there and emergency services has to go in there, that lives are not lost.
Thank you so much, Council Member and Co-Chair Ariola. And now Co-Chair Sanchez, and then Council Member Farias, who has an additional follow-up.
Yeah, just a quick question, and using the timeline for heat inspections as an example, could you tell us how long, we know that with the current head count, the time to answer an inspection is 2.5 days, and then to close a violation, I believe it's something like 11 or 12 days for heat and hot water?
I don't have that number to confirm it, but let's.
So, well, you might not have this then either, but with a 370 head count, was there a time when you had that, when HPD had that head count, and do we know how long it was taking to close similar violations?
We're talking about complaints or violations. Certainly, we can get you both numbers, Council Member, but we'd have to look at the data. I don't have that today.
Okay. Thank you. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair Sanchez. And now, Council Member Amanda Farias.
Hi, everyone. I'm back. So just two quick questions that I didn't get to ask earlier for FDNY. You said something earlier about transmitting an additional alarm to bring more resources in to respond to some of the fires. My initial question was, when you added an additional alarm to bring in more FDNY personnel or firefighters and EMT or EMS, do we have a differentiation between, do we need more fire trucks, for example, versus more EMTs or EMS personnel? Because you were stating that we had a lot more people in cardiac arrest and people that needed actual assistance, which, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, that doesn't necessarily mean we need more firefighters on the scene.
So it happened so quickly where we had, 32, we had upwards of 100 people that we rescued out of the building. But when I actually responded to the fire. So when I heard there was 32 people in cardiac arrest, I'd never heard anything like that in my life. So it was a devastating scene. And what I was saying before is that, we called all paramedics in the city to the scene because they have special life-saving equipment. So even with that going on, we had the victims out of the building relatively quickly. We transmitted an additional alarm of firefighters because firefighters are CFRD trained. They are actually, medical providers. So instead of coming in to fight the fire, they came in and worked in their medical capacity. That's what I mean.
Okay, great, thank you. I just wasn't sure if on our end we should be working with the agency to figure out how to have two separate alarms, but that makes a lot of sense. And then just for HPD around Red Cross that I wanted to ask earlier, but the other questions were more pertinent. I also had about 4 fires in 11 days in my district just a couple weeks ago, and we had a lot of folks that were displaced. And through my experience with working with HPD and Red Cross, we have the standard, as you mentioned earlier, of what the emergency, what the folks get off of just it being an emergency and then being displaced, which is 2 days, I believe, right? But I also had folks that were undocumented or their documents were damaged and not recoverable in their household from the fire, who could not produce the required documents with enough time of that 2-day time frame to work with HPV to be housed somewhere else. And there was a disconnect, and thankfully my team and I were involved, and we were able to ask for an additional day or additional night for some folks, and then work with other agencies to find the necessary documents. But my question is around, how are we ensuring folks are given the additional time either through Red Cross or through requests from HPD to Red Cross so that they're able to have the time needed and allocated to get the documentation? And coupled with that, how active are we in the engagement of those updates per family from Red Cross?
So thank you, Councilmember, for that question. As we said, Red Cross is immediate response for the first 2 days. We will always work with a family if they need additional time, and typically it is HPD saying to Red Cross, we have to give another day or so for families to be able to collect the documents needed to register for HPD services. Just to be clear, HPD is only looking for proof of identity and proof of residency. We're not concerned about immigration or anything like that. So what I would suggest is we just work collectively together, prospectively, to make sure that you have HPD's number, that if families that you know need additional time to get that documentation, we provide it to them.
Great. Yeah, I was kindly harassing a lot of people for my residents, but I appreciate that, and I'm happy to follow up offline. I just have one clarification on my question earlier to FDNY, because a testimony came in front of me and I incorrectly said the question. But we have testimony here from Jacob Wexler from Legacy Manufacturing that highlights that Intro 104 should also include fire rated as part of the self-closing doors, because there are metal components in the doors that could melt, that can either inhibit the doors from fully closing or not to properly work. And so I just wanted to know, is that something we've looked into or we have on our radar, and is this something legislatively that we can include in the bill that could rectify that, or is this language sufficient?
Well, fire-rated door, so when the building is built in the beginning, the DOB determines, things of what rating, depending on the size of the building and the potential for fire spread, what rating would be needed on the door. So the fire rating is always included in determining, which doors, which doors to actually use.
Okay.
Yeah. And the Twin Parks building is considered fireproof, meaning that only the contents will burn and not the building itself. But these doors were definitely fire rated.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, council members. Any council members have further questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function. Or any, no? Okay, we're going to close it out here and move on to public testimony. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
For the first panel of public testimony, we'll hear from Local 2507. So we'll hear from a panel of Orrin Barzilay, Daryl Chambers, and Michael Reardon.
Time starts now.
May begin, Orrin.
Good afternoon, committee chair and council members. My name is Orrin Barzilay, president of FDNY's EMS Local 2507, representing over 4,000 members of the EMS service and our great city's FDNY fire protection inspectors. I am here today to spotlight the essential and critical role our city's small yet impactful FDNY fire protection inspectors play in protecting lives and property. This is a city of tens of millions of square feet of commercial, retail, and residential space. Our city is dominated by thousands of high-rise buildings and well over 100,000 businesses. Let me say, beyond doubt, our city does not have enough fire protection inspectors within the FDNY to fulfill the needs of this big city and guaranteeing that the buildings within it are safe. Over the last few years of the pandemic, the prior administration in City Hall had its priorities mixed up. They felt that our force would be used to conduct inspections of A, restaurants and bars to make sure they were not serving meals indoors at time when only to-go or takeout was allowed. B, to guarantee that barkeepers and restaurants were checking patrons for COVID vaccination cards. C, to inspect temporary sidewalk sheds that restaurants and bars were allowed to erect, and to which many often ran electricity and heat to. We got lost in the prioritization by the last administration in City Hall was that perhaps the buildings our citizens lived in, worked in, or shopped in also needed to be inspected. It is someone's job to guarantee that the owners of tens of millions of square feet, the owners of hundreds of thousands of apartments and places of businesses were following the rules and being true to our city's critical fire safety standards, occupancy limits, and building safety codes. Why is this critical? There are countless times in our city's history when these critical priorities have been forgotten by greedy property owners trying to get rich. At the Happy Land Social Club fire, 87 perished. At the Triangle Shirt Shop factory, 146 perished. On January 23, 2005, also known as Black Sunday Fire, 3 FDNY firefighters were killed in 2 fires, 2 at a tenement fire in Maurice Heights section of the Bronx, with 4 others being seriously injured. Those apartments have been illegally converted by a greedy landlord that had zero regard for public safety, and those
Time
other
expired.
firefighters trapped who got out alive had to jump from 4 to 5 stories. Let us not forget the fatal douchebag building fire at the World Trade Center site, where 2 New York bravest perished and over 100 New York City firefighters were trapped above the fire floor with no capacity to get water because the standpipe had been illegally tampered with and cut by unscrupulous and greedy contractors trying to take that building down as quickly as possible without following rules or having regards for public. The role of FDNY fire protection inspectors play is critical to protect citizens and to protect firefighters. Their job is to make sure that all sprinkler systems are operational. They must guarantee that all building water systems and alarm systems are functioning properly. And as we are walking the halls and corridors, basements, courtyards, and roof of buildings, these highly trained inspectors find problems, post fire safety inspections during or after a fire, and they take action. Just last week, one of our inspectors in the Kingsbridge section of the Bronx found a loaded semi-automatic handgun hidden on the roof of a building. He contacted the NYPD, who determined it has been used in a shooting. In the recent few years, Nassau County tried a fire inspector privatization experiment, which failed miserably. It decided to outsource fire protection inspectors to a third-party company. This type of system is primarily based on an honor system. It relies on the honor and truthfulness of landlords and their building managers and construction teams, and the integrity of the outside third-party company who will vouch for the landlord. As it worked, this outside company would have civilian third-party employees go around buildings to simply take photographs and submit them as proof that a building owner or their superintendent were 100% truthful and compliant with any and all safety rules. What's wrong with this system? Well, the County of Nassau thought it was so flawed, it threw out that baby out with the bathwater. We are hearing rumbling that a certain high-ranking official at the FDNY loved this concept, privatizing the job of FDNY fire safety, fire prevention inspectors. That would be a fatal mistake, and history has shown lives are on the line. The lives of your constituents are the ones in greatest jeopardy. In closing, I thank the Council for the intro bills. We are in full compliance and support of it. I want to thank our men and women for their heroic work at the Twin Parks and throughout the year. That's my testimony. I will also have some comments that I would like to respond to after my colleagues testify.
Push the button. My name is Darrell Chalmers. I'm on the executive board of Local 2507. I am also a deputy chief inspector, part of the CDA unit, which was the unit that was started because of the Deutsche Bank fire in Manhattan, where the 2 firefighters passed away. So I'm just going to read you a synopsis on what we do so you have a full understanding, and I just want to get deep into other things that we do and why our job is so important to the city based on that accident that happened in the Bronx, because there's other situations besides that with the self-closing doors that we also have to look at. Now, I have to speak on it because it's very important that a lot of people are not aware of. The New York City Fire Department's Bureau of Fire Prevention is a safety and revenue-producing bureau generating approximately $72 million annually for the department. The Bureau of Fire Prevention members consist of 414 fire protection inspectors and inspectional units which check for compliance of all fire and building code regulations directly related to fire safety. Fire protection inspectors are tasked to inspect and witness testings of safety equipment in buildings for firefighting operations, such as standpipe systems, sprinkler systems, etc., at various locations throughout New York City, including our bridges, tunnels, piers, rooftop ladders, subway construction sites, restaurants, basements, commercial, residential high-rise buildings. Fire protection inspectors make sure that the systems used for firefighting operations on premises are in working order, plus protecting the lives of property of city residents, employees, and visitors. The effort of the fire protection inspectors over the past several years has resulted in significant reduction of fires and deaths related to fires at record low history for the New York City Fire Department within the 5 boroughs. And also, just to add, when you see the Macy's fireworks, that's us on the barge, we handle that. Times Square, we're on the roof, we handle that. And every fireworks show you see in the 5 boroughs is done by us. It's not done by anybody else in the FDNY but us. The reason why we're here is because our job, let's take the fire in the Bronx. Our job is to check the standpipe system before firefighters can fight any fire. When firefighters go to do a job, when they hook up to those connections, we witness that test before they get there. So they know for sure when they go to that building, they're going to get water because that's their #1 tool. They can't do anything without water. So if the standpipes are usually in the stairway, we also check the self-closing doors in those stairways. If we see it, we're trained in the academy at the Rock, that if that door has to be self-closing and latch, not just self-closing, we got to hear it click and close, because those doors have a 2.5-hour rating on them. Those doors also have a 2.5-hour rating on them on the apartment doors. And the reason why I know that, because I used to be an HPD inspector before I joined the fire department. I was there for 7 years. So everything that Commissioner said earlier was true. But right now, the fire department, there's certain rumbling going on in the fire department, as my president spoke on, where they want to do some type of privatize where a person would actually just take a piece of paper from a contractor doing the test on the sprinkler system that we do all the time, and we're not there to witness it, and what happens is he just sends it to the fire department and says, the contractor said he did the test. That's a problem, because when we walk through buildings, we look for the propane, we look for the locked exit, we look for the rubbish. We don't just do the test. We walk through the building to check for the fire hazards, because we got to make sure if firefighters go through that building, we want to make sure that they're safe too, and the public. So that's the job that we do. So we just wanted to bring that to your attention. And I'm going to pass it on to Mike Reardon, my partner who's part of the local.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Reardon. I'm the Deputy Chief Inspector in Bureau of Fire Prevention, and I sit on the Executive Board of 2507. I would like to thank the City Council members for allowing me to speak on behalf of my brothers and sisters in the Bureau of Fire Prevention today. I'd like to touch on a little bit of some of the things we do in fire prevention, because a lot of people really don't know what we do. When they hear FDNY, they assume we're firefighters. We're not. We're fire inspectors. Fire prevention inspectors are outperforming their inspections testing of foam, fire protection systems, dry chemical fire protection systems at gasoline service stations, private fueling stations, including all city agency fueling facilities. We're at power plants, methane recovery facilities, LNG, CNG, cogen facilities, including overseeing 3 pipeline companies which provide gasoline, jet fuel, and oils to JFK Airport and LaGuardia Airport. We inspect and test and sprinkler standpipe systems, which Darrell said, throughout the 5 boroughs. Inspect and test and fire protection systems on our range hood systems and our restaurants. Performing inspections on-site tests of high-rise buildings. Performing inspections at all construction sites, which Darrell stated, at times, sometimes 7 days a week, we have to be there. We are checking unsafe hazardous materials, junk yards, scrap metal yards, commercial and private locations of illegal storage of propane, oxygen, and acetylene. Sometimes are found inside box trucks, in buildings, along with gasoline and other hazardous materials stored in 55-gallon drums above ground at these facilities, sitting next to propane and other dangerous chemicals. We're inspecting places of public assembly for unsafe overcrowding and all types of events. We have a hazardous cargo unit inspecting the gasoline fuel oil trucks throughout the city. We have a laboratory unit inspecting the hospitals and laboratories, a shelter task force unit. Our district offices are inspecting heating oil burn unit systems and refrigeration systems on our rooftops. I'd like to also touch on that the department had also taken away our CO meters from us. Their reason for taking those CO meters away was because firefighters have them. Firefighters are not in the buildings that we are in every day. Our people are out there every day in buildings doing testing on systems. We've had these systems go off several times. We've proven this, and still we're told we can't have them. I just find that odd that some agencies do have them, but yet we're out there every day doing our job in basements of buildings where these meters could actually go off. We've had instances on rooftops gone off, but yet the department will make excuses the reason why we don't need it. I thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
And I'd like to say that HPD inspectors and buildings department inspectors do have CO meters, and the fire department gave them to us, and then for some reason, they took them away from us. We don't know why. Doesn't make sense because we're in more buildings than anybody. The firefighters will tell you that. EMS, my brothers and sisters from EMS, and the firefighters and I, we're very close because if they need help on a situation when they're doing safety inspections or joint inspections, they'll call me down, they'll call Mike, or they'll call another deputy chief inspector to assist them because we know the codes, we know the NFPA. We're trained at that. But at the same time, we also look at things in their eyes to make sure that they're safe and the public is safe. So that's just my testimony. Any questions?
Orin, do you have additional things to comment on?
Ariola asked a few questions and Holden asked a few questions. You know, the fire department sits here giving false information and false narrative. They don't even have the integrity to acknowledge the fire inspectors in the FDNY. They keep talking about firefighters doing inspections. No, it's fire prevention inspectors are the ones who are conducting majority of the inspections in our city. They mentioned that they are budgeted for 630 fire inspectors. There's only 414. That's a third that's missing. We have buildings that haven't been inspected in over 5 years. Thousands of buildings. I'm not talking about a few dozen. I'm talking about hundreds and thousands of buildings that are yet to be inspected. Councilmember Holden asked if my statement at last month's hearing was true, that that building was supposed to be inspected. The fact is that building was supposed to be and scheduled to be inspected by our fire prevention for the sprinkler system. Had they been in that building, they would have noticed any other infractions. So for them to sit here and flat out lie that they don't have a fire inspector scheduled to do that building a few months prior is just so offensive They will do and say anything to avoid any public humiliation, shameless, or the possibility of liability claims against them. There was another question asked about EMS staffing. The young lady left. EMS is short-staffed. This has been an ongoing issue for decades. On a daily basis, the Bronx is so overwhelmed that we have an entire station from Queens get relocated to the Bronx to assist them. There's not enough units in the Bronx at any given day. At any given day, there's not enough units anywhere in the city. We're constantly pulling units and resources from other divisions to keep up with the call volume. Our city is growing, the population is growing, the elder community is growing. We just don't have enough resources. And for them to say that they called additional CFR units to assist us, no, we need paramedics on scene to treat 32 patients in cardiac arrest. These are advanced street doctors that can bring back life. And this is on a daily occurrence that we are short-staffed. And it's a shame that they would sit here and continuously fabricate information that's contradicting the public safety.
I want to thank you for your testimony. I want to thank you for the information that you just relayed, and I assure you I will be addressing those issues with the fire department, with the acting commissioner, and with the chief, because these hearings are meant to find out what the truth is. These hearings are meant, and especially hearings regarding fire and emergency management, are geared to protect people. And if we're not getting a true baseline, then we're never going to be able to protect people. So I will take this information and I'll make sure that we get the correct answers for it. I appreciate you for coming forward the way you did at our fire and emergency management hearing and being so bold as to say that the Twin Parks fire could have, may have, should have been prevented if fire inspectors were doing what they were supposed to be doing instead of standing on corners and giving out masks or visiting restaurants to make sure that they were in compliance with the mask mandate. Thankfully, the new administration has seen fit to put fire inspectors back into their job description. What I find additionally concerning is that we're talking about self-certification here for issues that need to be certified by trained professionals like yourselves. I, for one, would never support a layman, a contractor, a landlord, a business owner to self-certify anything when it comes to an issue where lives can be lost. And I appreciate you bringing that up. Additionally, the CO meters. Why wouldn't you have CO meters? And I'm going to address that immediately. We have to have, you have all the tools necessary to make sure, because without the CO meters, people will die too. And as you said, if you have them with you and they go off, it'll cause you to maybe look at something else, whether it's the sprinklers, the standpipe, the fire alarms, the self-closing doors. You're geared for that. Mm-hmm. That's what you're trained to do. Mm-hmm. And you're right, we have to stop utilizing methods where people are not as trained to do this kind of work, especially where lives are at risk. We cannot have what happened in Councilmember and Chair Felice's district happen again. I'm thankful for your testimony, and I will follow up with the fire department on the issues, and I will have answers for you. Thank you very much.
I just want to add,
Sure.
They didn't have the number of how many inspectors were assigned to the task force. I have the numbers. It's 25% of them. 92 of the 400 were taken to conduct these mask inspections.
Thank you.
And I'd like to also make a statement, it was so gracious of you, Councilwoman, to talk about the situation about the CO meters. The fire department, when we were issued the CO meters, they even put stories in the fire department on their website of how great it was that the fire inspectors were able to find that there was serious situations of carbon monoxide in buildings, and even put the inspector's picture on their Instagram page. And we have a lot of incidents. A lot of firefighters who I know, and we work very close with the firefighters. I just want you to understand, because remember, firefighters and fire inspectors, we use the same paperwork. We have the same understanding of fire safety, exits, including this building. We inspect this building to make sure it's safe for you. So the issue is the firefighters, they understand. You guys are in more buildings than us. We do familiarizations. We go around, we go in the neighborhood, we check the building, but we're not in there like you guys. You guys are in the buildings. So even the fire unions didn't understand, well, why would they take the meters from you guys?
What,
So-
if you don't mind me asking, you may not have the information, but when were they taken from you? At what point?
It's almost 3 years now, no?
They're taking our cars away. That's the new thing.
No, when were the CO meters taken
Oh, the
from
meters, they were taken away, what was that?
I'd say almost
A year ago, 2 years, yeah,
I didn't hear.
2 years
2
ago.
years. So this is a new administration, and it's a new administration that prides itself on public safety, and this is all part of public safety. So I'll make sure that we all will make sure that the administration is aware of this and see if we cannot put CO2 meters back, or CO meters back in your possession when you're doing your inspections, so that you can do a full inspection.
Yep, and also, I see our time is up, but I wanted to ask a brief follow-up question on the issue of the training of the inspectors that you had mentioned. So you had mentioned earlier that overwhelming percentage of their inspectors aren't firefighters. Could you elaborate on that? Who is inspecting? Who are these majority inspectors? What's their training? And any
Okay,
other
so
information.
the firefighters train at the Rock, and the fire inspectors train at the Rock too. EMS is trained in Queens at Fort Totten. So what happens is we do intensive training on the fire code, and we understand the fire management. In fact, we also do fire awareness, where we actually put on the fire gear, we put out fires at the Rock, so we understand what firefighters are going through. So actually, when we actually walk into a building, we look at it in their eyes too, to make sure that they're safe. But our main job, the training, we're trained is to make sure it's safe for the public, make sure exit doors, exit signs, make sure that the firefighters get water. And you can ask any firefighter. The chief that was here, he'll tell you, his number one tool when he's working is to make sure he's able to get water to put out a fire. If he can't get water, he can't do anything, and that's our job. Our job is to test it, witness it, before they even get to the building. And most of the fire companies, if they do have a problem, they will call us and say, listen, we had problems getting water. You know, chief, can you come here and take a look at it, you know? And then we'll go there and find out. Last week I had to go to the post office, 341 9th Avenue, because the firefighters hooked up. They couldn't get water on two sides, but one side the administrative company was able to, but we found out that the construction company was doing torch work, and they cut the pipe. When they cut the pipe, they couldn't get water. So we gave them summonses, they corrected everything, but remember, that building also had post office workers in the building at the same time. So it was construction, and it was partially occupied. So we take our job seriously, the inspectors. We really do. When we wear that patch on our uniform, we take it seriously because we don't want to see any firefighter get hurt, and we don't want to see the public get hurt. So that's why we're serious when you check self-closing doors. When we're in the hallway, if there's a standpipe and there's a connection, we check it. We make sure that door shuts, slams. In the hallway, if we're in the hallway walk through, we make sure that door shuts. Now, as far as HPD is concerned, I used to be there. I was there for 7 years. I was an inspector. HPD does the same thing in the apartments. The inspector would knock on that door, stand back, and make sure that door is self-closing. But we take our job very seriously. What bothers me, and we're down inspectors. We need more fire inspectors.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Any other council members have any other questions?
Thank you for your testimony, everyone. We're going to turn now to a Zoom testimony from George Farinacci. After George Farinacci, we'll hear from Ryan Monell, Frank Ricci, and Kelly Farrell in person. So we're going to first hop on the Zoom for this little bit here, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Time starts now.
Hello, folks. How you doing? This is George Farinacci on behalf of the UFOA, Local 854, representing the fire officers in New York City. Thank you to the fire department, especially the council members who are working to ensure the tragic loss of life at Twin Parks will not be in vain. Fire units were on the scene 10:84 in 3 minutes and 16 seconds. The second engine required to support the first engine to put the first hose line into operation, I understand, arrived in under 4 minutes. My question to all of you is, how long is 43 seconds when you or your loved ones are in a fire or breathing superheated toxic gas? You could just think about that for a minute. Getting water on a fire is the most critical component to fighting a fire. One of the simple ways of facilitating water on the fire is getting the first hose line into place and operating with sufficient firefighters on the scene as quickly as possible. Currently, there are some fire engines that are staffed with only 4 firefighters versus the optimal 5 firefighters. On the day of the Twin Parks fire, the first 2 engine responsible for the first hose line was staffed with 4 firefighters. Providing the 5th firefighter in all units will ensure that units are fully capable of getting the critical first hose line into operation. Having full staffing gets the water there quicker. This impacts the lives and safety of both civilians and firefighters, not only at the scene of one fire, but also impacts the availability of units for other fires or other emergencies around the city. When a 4 firefighter engine responds to a fire, a second fire engine responds to provide essentially a single 5th firefighter, consequently requiring 2 fire engines to do the work of 1. Often following this, a 3rd engine will be assigned as a relocating unit, depleting the resources from a distant neighborhood somewhere in the city. The relocator will now travel across the city to fill in for that second engine that provided that single firefighter for the first hose line. In the time it takes for a relocating engine to traverse the city, maybe in times of traffic, from Staten Island to the Bronx, possibly in some situations, think about all that travel time where that unit is essentially unavailable. They're not on the communications for where they came from, and they're not on the communications for where they're going. So they're just in transit. That's a couple of hours that each way, combined, that they're out of service. I'd also like to ask for support to expand our building inspection task force, specifically to address life safety issues relative to fire operations. Unfortunately, mishandling a space heater or chocking open a fire door is an occurrence that happens too frequently. By increasing our inspection resources, we can identify and address these hazards sooner with immediate correction or issuance of a violation. While the RBIS computer-based program has its benefits, there are dangerous buildings that don't trigger the inspection metrics. In my experience, there is no substitute for fire officers putting their eyes and feet in the building to identify and often mitigate life hazards on the spot. Inspections will result in communications via our department SIDS, Critical Information Dispatch Program, that will assist firefighters when they have to respond to a fire emergency at that location, and will assist them in their life-saving efforts. I thank you all for the time to speak here today, and apologize about going over a few minutes or seconds. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from the individuals who are present, Ryan Monell, Frank Ricci, and Kelly Farrell. Go whatever order works for you.
Great. Thank you. My name is Ryan Monell, and I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs of the Real Estate Board of New York. Thank you, chairs, for the opportunity to testify today. REBNY aims to ensure that the industry can serve as a useful partner and stakeholder in the policy decisions that must be made in support of greater public safety, fire prevention, and building maintenance. I would like to briefly run through where REBNY stands on a few of the bills being heard today. First, REBNY supports Intro 104. While the existing Housing Maintenance Code establishes requirements for self-closing doors, there's no definition of this term. Adding such a definition to the administrative code would solve for this issue and bring greater consistency to the obligation. Where REBNY supports codifying a definition, we believe that any definition should include that the door must be required to cross a strike plate and latch. We look forward to working with the council on this bill. Secondly, REBNY supports Intro 105 and pre-considered Intro 2022-0647. Intro 105 identifies a more appropriate penalty schedule for noncompliance with the self-closing door, and in conjunction with T 2022-0647 will help create a more rigorous enforcement regime for self-closing doors, which will ultimately save lives. In addition, REBNY supports raising penalties to the amounts outlined in the bill for willfully failing to correct violations. Where REBNY supports this bill, the council needs to ensure that HPD has the appropriate resources to facilitate inspections in the new timeline and established under this legislation. As resources for inspectors are already limited at HPD, DOB, and FDNY, this could be a considerable challenge. And lastly, Intro 115. Raising minimum temperature requirements may seem like a reasonable and pragmatic solution to reduce the use of space heaters that can pose fire risks. However, this legislation has significant unintended consequences that must be fully evaluated, including substantial additional energy use and related carbon emissions and costs. In addition, evidence demonstrates that raising the temperature as outlined in the bill may not actually increase indoor comfort in many buildings. We appreciate the intent, but hope we can identify alternative proposals, such as assistance for efficiency upgrades, to work with the council to accomplish. We also wanted to raise, through our testimony, and I won't go through them at this point due to time constraints, but a number of different and additional measures that could be utilized to help prevent fires in the future, and we hope to work with you all on those as well. So with that said, thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. You done? My name is Frank Ricci. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Rent Stabilization Association. I'm joined today by Kelly Farrell, who is our Senior Policy Analyst at RSA, and I might mention a former counsel to the Housing and Buildings Committee here at the City Council. I'm not going to read my testimony. We handed it out. I'll summarize it in the interest of time. We also support Intro 104, giving a clearer definition of a self-closing door. I would just add that the addition of language in there that it shouldn't be a double-cylinder lock is really superfluous. The Housing Maintenance Code already prohibits double-cylinder locks, and my members never install double-cylinder locks. And I think in prior testimony I've heard over the years from HPD, they will tell you that one of the most common violations that they write is a double-cylinder lock, but since it's a tenant-caused violation, and oftentimes owners are powerless to do anything about removing those, because once they do, then the tenant just reinstalls. But there needs to be a bigger discussion about how to deal with that issue, but in general, we support Intro 104. For those of you who aren't familiar with the difference between RSA and the Real Estate Board of New York, we're primarily just residential buildings in all 5 boroughs. We have a lot of building owners who have 6 to 20 unit buildings and some larger buildings. We do have a bit of a problem with Intro 105, and it's similar to what HPD had expressed about the time frame for correction of a C violation. A lot of our members, and this was pre-COVID, so COVID has only exacerbated it, but they have difficulty finding responsible contractors to do work. It seems like every plumber and electrician and carpenter in the city would love to get the account for a large building because it's more steady work, but to come to a 6-unit building to do something like required here is difficult for many members, especially in different parts of the city. However, we understand that the need for increased focus on this to have something like a self-closing door corrected much faster. So we'd like to work with you on that. We also don't think it's fair to, the way it's written, this increases the fines for C violations for every C violation, not just self-closing doors. And I think it should just be isolated to self-closing doors. We fully support Intro 106. There's been similar things done in the city in the past, like water-saving devices and fixtures, rather than putting the emphasis on an owner to put in something like that. Just to prohibit the sale of those in the city goes a long way to getting compliance. And I think on all these bills, at the end of the day, everyone wants to see compliance, owners, tenants, and certainly the city and obviously the council. The last bill I'll mention is Intro 115, which would raise the temperature. Only when I heard Council Member Hudson explain the amendment to the bill was I aware of it. Even the notice I got from the council yesterday was talking about the original version of the bill, which was raising the nighttime temperature. But I think the issue is still the same, and I think my colleague from Ryan, raised the same issue. There's unintended consequences. We have Local Law 97. We're 2 years away from less than 2 years away from full implementation. Owners are going to be expected that are subject to Local Law 97 to really reduce emissions dramatically just in the first 2 years and definitely by 2030. The last time the council raised the nighttime temperature, the environmental impact statement that was prepared by the city pointed out that just that one change was raising the 135,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide into the air every year. This would be raised dramatically more if it was the daytime temperature that was raised, because you have many more hours that you'd have to do it. I think most people who focus on these issues, whether they're from the environmental field, engineers, they will tell you that the reason it's 68 degrees in the daytime is normally people are away from their homes during the daytime working. To heat unattended homes really makes no sense. So I don't think this is the way to solve the problem that people want to solve, but we are certainly available, open to discussing all these issues with the council at any time to come up with some viable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Does any council members have any questions? All right, well, thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for joining us today.
Okay, next we'll move on to some testimony on Zoom. Next we'll hear from Andrew Sokoloff-Diaz, followed by Angelina Espino and Yadahira Rodriguez.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon, Council Task Force and committee chairs, committee members. My name is Andrew Sokoloff-Diaz. I am a lifelong Queens resident, co-founder and co-president of the 89th Street Tenants Unidos Association, located at 8907, 8911, 34th Avenue in Jackson Heights. I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak. Our Councilmember Krishnan spoke earlier about the challenges and, quite frankly, the insanity that we faced the past year. We're a volunteer group representing 550 tenants. And 1 year ago today, on April 6, 2021, a massive 8-alarm fire spread across our 2 buildings, displacing us all in an instant. It was this fire that injured our neighbors and dozens of firefighters. The cause of the fire is said to be because of an electric overcharge and the burden and blame placed on the senior tenant who had no self-closing door. We are speaking here today on behalf of all our displaced neighbors, several dozen who remain in hotels and houseless, and for the many fire and flood displaced New Yorkers, your constituents who will be affected today and in the future. Based on our lived experience and advocacy the past year, we have several policy recommendations that are intricately linked to the legislation you are discussing. New Yorkers deserve a humane and dignified path to rebuild who are displaced by these fires, floods, and the elements. And so our policy recommendations are as follows and are in our testimony submitted today. Number 1, ensuring oversight of New York City HPD and that they have the proper resources and functioning management to meet the demands of the housing crisis and emergency needs of New Yorkers is essential here. The lack of HPD enforcement and follow-up regarding outstanding self-closing door violations is alarming. You've all spoken about it today, and it's been documented. Number 2, our tenants in this sanctuary city have faced discrimination, prompted with immigration questions, lack of language access, and commentary from caseworkers. The internal mismanagement and lack of staff in the emergency housing and voucher program units, like Section 8, is also very alarming and should be looked into by this body. Number 3, financial relief is needed for displaced New Yorkers who lose their homes and everything they've owned. In order to survive and rebuild, creating a New York City Fire Victims Relief Fund is needed. There is currently no real financial help that exists. And number 4, we must prevent the extent of displacement after a fire or flood. HPD with the Red Cross must coordinate better protocols to ensure displaced residents are placed in hotels as close as possible to home and for long-term stays, not just the 2 to 3 days before shipping us off to shelters. HPD has 0 shelters in the largest borough of Queens, our second most populated in our city. Queens residents are sent out of the borough to shelters every day, furthering our displacement. Our advocacy this past year has set precedent in New York City by finally allowing affected families to remain in hotels as opposed to sending us off to shelters in the outer boroughs. The further from home we are, the more our communities gentrify and the
Time
more we hurt.
expired.
And finally, tenants need better protections for victims of burglaries, more direct support from NYPD when filing reports, just like our neighbors in the Twin Peaks fire who are facing burglaries and lack of assistance from NYPD to report them. We need the housing code to be updated to reflect protections of tenants' belongings after fires and during vacate orders. We sincerely hope the work of your respective task force and committees will address these urgent needs. To the chairs and council members present, 1 year later, we continue to advocate for ourselves and our community. We are able and willing to join this task force to advise and help inform final recommendations that will come of it. Our contact information is listed below, and we look forward to contributing. It is in your power and will to get this accomplished before the next fires and floods that will sadly continue to occur in our communities, primarily those of color. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Andrew. Next, we'll hear from Angelina Espino, followed by Yadahira Rodriguez, followed by Jessica Bellender.
Time starts now.
So then let me just see here. All right, so Laney, that concludes all of the questions.
And Angelina Espino, you're on to testify now?
Do you have any questions for me?
Angelina, are you present? Okay, we're going to move on to the next person. We'll hear from Yadahira Rodriguez, followed by Jessica Bellender, followed by Jacob Wexler.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Council and Chair members. Thank you for conducting this hearing today. It's deeply sad that it has to be after an event of this magnitude. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident at 333, and I have a question for HPD. As most of the members have stated, not everyone knows about self-closing doors. What does the agency allows the buildings with a significant amount of violations to self-certify them instead of sending an inspector?
Thank you so much, Yadahira Rodriguez, and so sorry that you and your neighbors had to go through that. HPD is no longer present, but that is the exact questions that all of us were asking when they were here. Why not require a reinspection so that a certified inspector trained in that field could be the one reinspecting to make sure that the violation is actually fixed? So thank you so much for that question. HPD is not here, but those were the same exact questions that we were asking them when they were here.
Thank you, Council Member. And I have a question for you and your colleagues as well. What are you guys doing to educate the community about the self-closing door and fire hazards? Have anyone thought about a campaign of why the doors needs to be closed instead of just telling people to close the doors in an event of a fire?
Thank you so much for the question. This is the time for testimony, but I'll still answer the question. We completely agree with you. We're working with the City Council and everyone involved to make sure that we're doing everything needed to improve not only fire safety, but also fire education, including we're working on potentially doing commercials, just like we did for the coronavirus PSAs, where we talked about the importance of getting vaccinated, et cetera. We're talking about doing something very similar with fire safety, including why are self-closing doors important, how to request an inspection and get them corrected. Also, much more, including how to use fire extinguishers, what to do in case of fire if you live in a fireproof building. So those are all items that we're absolutely working on and working to resolve.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we're going to hear from Jessica Bellender, followed by Jacob Wexler, followed by Steven Zarinsky. Jessica, you may go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Bellender. I'm a supervising attorney with the Legal Aid Society Bronx Neighborhood Office, and I'm here to present testimony on behalf of the Legal Aid Society and our clients. You have my testimony in written form. I'm going to skip through some of it. We have a long history of representing tenants in a lot of areas across the city. I'm part of the group advocacy practice, which represents largely tenant groups in attempting to improve the conditions in their apartments, defend against landlord harassment and displacement, and address violations of the housing laws. In our work, we have been representing tenants in every borough who are exposed to fire hazards due to conditions in their buildings or who have been displaced from their homes after fires or other emergencies. We understand that the existing network of laws and programs to ensure tenant safety has significant room for improvement. And we approve the legislation before you, but we urge you and this commission, this council, and this mayoral administration to go further to make meaningful changes to protect New Yorkers from fires in their homes and support them when their lives have been completely disrupted. We represent low-income tenants, and a majority of whom are Black and brown New Yorkers in housing, who are living in housing where their landlords have failed to maintain the buildings and have allowed them to fall into disrepair. Our clients are often working long hours for low wages, or have disabilities or family care obligations that leave them with low fixed incomes. When their housing conditions deteriorate, they do not have better options or places where they can easily move. They have to stay and endure poor conditions, or stay and fight with their landlords and often the city to fix their homes. Devastating residential fires occur in our clients' communities at much higher rates than in affluent parts of town. And the trauma, upheaval, and homelessness that those fires cause is especially devastating to our clients, because when they lose their homes due to a fire, they often have no savings or ability to relocate quickly to someplace safe and affordable for their families. We must do more to prevent these residential fires from disrupting the lives of New Yorkers by focusing on meaningful enforcement of the housing maintenance code, building code, electrical and fire codes to ensure that the buildings are being well maintained, that adequate heat is being provided, and that the electricity that is provided to tenants is actually supporting the lifestyle that the 21st century entails. We also want to see the implementation and broader use of fire safety plans that are required under the New York Administrative Code. We also have to do more in the after effects of residential fires to make it less disruptive and traumatic for families by ensuring that relocation services are provided for families that enable them to be rehoused within their communities so that they can preserve their health, employment, and their children's care and education. You've heard this from others. I want to say that this is absolutely true for our clients. The city agencies that are tasked with public health, safety, and maintenance standards need to take greater responsibility for enforcing and inspecting these standards and placing violations and regularly inspecting for hazardous conditions. We've heard a lot about inadequate heat. This is an underlying problem. The issue is not just whether the space heaters or supplemental sources of heat are dangerous, but it's also that fundamentally our tenants are not getting enough heat. And the process for making those heat complaints is broken. The testimony that you heard from HPD about how they call the landlord, then the landlord turns the heat back on, that's the end of the issue, is just a vicious cycle, and it causes tenants to become frustrated and demoralized, and so they don't actually bother to use that process after a while. What they need is someone to come and place a violation that can then be enforced, and then we can dicker with the landlord about whether they're going to turn the heat back on. One of the other problems that we see, and they testified to this as well, is that they'll talk to one tenant, and if that tenant says, yes, the heat is back on, then all the complaints for the entire building are sort of treated as if they're resolved, where in fact what we are finding is that there are microclimates within buildings. So whole lines of a building may have inadequate heat, where another part of the building may be sufficiently heated. Alternatively, one tenant may be risk averse and not want to get into further conflict with their landlord, and may say that the problem has been resolved because the super has come to knock on their door and threaten them, and that sort of resolves the whole problem for the building when that isn't actually the case. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, but one of the things that I also wanted to underscore is that a lot of the sources of these fires are electrical. And our clients live in buildings that were built in the late 19th and early 20th century, but they live in the 21st century. They have all of the home appliance, personal computing uses that you or I have, and yet they live in apartments where they often cannot run the air conditioner and the microwave at the same time without blowing out a whole line of apartments. And so we need to do more to upgrade the electrical facilities in these units so that people aren't tempted to use power strips or electrical devices that cause things to become dangerous. That is a coping mechanism or a response to a problem, and the underlying problem is the thing that we would need the city to address. And as one of the tenants just testified, we have seen a lot of issues with resettlement or sort of the, what's the word I'm looking for here? Sorry. When tenants are needing to be relocated, what we're seeing is that the services are really inadequate for the need. And this includes fires, it includes floods, it includes mold and lead paint abatement and other conditions as well. And we need the city to really look at what are the services that are being provided, and are they meaningfully supportive to families, so that we're not putting all of the burden of the discomfort of these conditions onto tenants who can least afford to bear them. And I will conclude there. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Do we have a Jacob Wexler present? He may have left. Okay. Next, we'll hear from Steven Zirinsky, followed by James Lloyd, followed by Monica Bartley.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. The mic is off.
The red button. Ooh, look at that. I don't have to even shout now. You'll be disappointed. Okay. Hi, my name is Steven Zirinsky. I'm an architect. I represent the AIA New York chapter. I'm co-chair of the Building Code Committee. We have 6,000 members, and I have done my fireproof self-closing doors. I've done when I design buildings, I design them with the corridors and with the hour-and-a-half doors that you need and the three-quarter-hour doors and separation between the various spaces. So I know all of this stuff that you're grappling with. And I'll look at the text here in a second. But one thing I noticed today was that fire doors work both ways. They keep the fire from going out, and they keep the fire from going in. And those people who died because they left the apartments. If they stayed in the apartments, they'd be alive today. And that's where the education comes in. And I talked about this with the fire department when they walked out. I asked them before. And that's a big deal. It's nothing we didn't cover before here. That's something I picked up just sitting here. Anyway, and the other thing I thought of was that, after I finish a building, I sign off on the self-closing doors. And I walk through with the building department. We both make sure everything's working properly and so on. And then it's like a baby. You throw it out there, and then all of a sudden it's gone, and we have no control over it anymore. And I'm thinking perhaps in the same way as we do facades, you have a 5-year inspection. Maybe this should be. I don't want to burden the building department necessarily, but, you know, maybe there should be a special inspection every, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 years or something like that. And that way it's just, you know, it gives it a little, it's not like 15 different agencies getting involved. It puts the onus right on the building. Anyway, that's it. Now I'll go to the speech. And thank you to the City Council for holding this hearing. And I have 59 seconds. I'll go quick. The New York chapter supports the intros 104, 105, 106, and 131. And we have no problems with those. We are a little concerned with intro 115 because the mandated requirements for energy code and how the two will mix. And I also know with problems with heating systems and building, generally speaking, you know, one, you know, you might be creating some subzones will solve the problem, you know, and maybe NYCHA buildings don't have that. You know, maybe it's just one thermostat controls the whole thing, but maybe, you know, it needs to be looked at. It takes time and money and all this other stuff. So, but that's rather than just cranking up the heat. So, if you want to ask me any questions about self-closing doors, I can answer them all. I know all about this stuff.
I appreciate your level of expertise and the business that you're in, but I don't believe it's fair to ever blame someone for leaving the door open when they're fleeing because there's a fire, because they're not thinking about, they're not thinking about
Oh, no, I'm not, no, I would do the same thing. No,
Yes,
I'm
and
not.
understand that our purpose is to make sure that those doors close automatically.
No, I agree.
Because that's what's most important.
No, I'm talking about the
When
people.
you're leaving,
No, I understand, but I'm not talking about the people who fled the apartment. I'm
you
talking
said
about
that. You said, you even said to the fire department, when they fled, if they closed the door, if they'd stayed in their apartment, it wouldn't have spread.
Right.
But
no,
people are not thinking rationally when their place is on fire.
You're missing it.
I take exception to that statement, that's all.
I'm missing, it's not, maybe I said it incorrectly. Not the people fleeing the apartment. I'm talking about the other residents of the building. The door acts as an hour-and-a-half door. It acts as a barrier between you and the fire. When you go out into a darkened hallway, you know, you're not getting killed by the fire, you're getting killed by the smoke. So it's better to stay put. It's very hard to do. I mean, when there's a fire raging, to stay in the door and not leave your apartment. I'm not saying I'd do any different, but that's a problem.
I think it's just very easy to say in a very rational, controlled environment like this, but when there's a fire in your building.
So maybe we need to have like a fire alarm system that alerts people that maybe, I'm just.
We need fire inspectors to go out who are qualified to inspect these buildings and not be self-certified by lay people. We need these buildings to be certified. We need them to be checked. We need the fire doors to be to self-close, and we need to do more education. I will agree with you on that, to people who live within the buildings and to our residents in this city at large for what to do when a fire does occur.
Right, and I agree, and we certainly support the concept of self-closing doors. We sign off on it when we, yes, no argument.
Cool, thank you so much for your testimony.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome. We're gonna actually turn to Borough President Vanessa Gibson from the Bronx, and then we're gonna continue on with public testimony after that. So it'll be Borough President Gibson. You may go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, members of the City Council. Thank you all for having this very important hearing. To my distinctive chairs, to Chair Oswald Feliz, Chair Piarina Sanchez, and Chair Joanne Ariola, the committees on Housing and Buildings, Fire and Emergency Management, and the Twin Parks Citywide Task Force for Fire Prevention. Thank you for the privilege to be before you. It feels good to be back, even though it's in a virtual setting. As a former member of the City Council, I know how important all of these hearings are. And I want to thank the three chairs and the members of the committee, Speaker Adrian Adams, Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala, the members of the Bronx delegation, and really all of you. This has truly been a labor of love. And on behalf of the Borough of the Bronx, I want to say thank you. Thank you to New Yorkers, Bronxites, and so many others that came forth to help the residents and families of Twin Parks Northwest. I never imagined taking office on January 1st. In the first week of my administration, our borough would be faced with one of the most horrific 5-alarm fires that the city of New York has ever seen following the Happy Land fire, as well as fires in the Belmont community and Highbridge community. And we gathered, we joined together, we were able to do so much on the ground in the initial days. And even 3 months later, I want to remind everyone that work still is being done. And it's very important to make sure that the legislative package before the City Council is not only analyzed, but really looked at in very, very important detail, because making sure that agencies like the Department of Buildings and HPD and the Fire Department are actually working together, sharing information and sharing data on inspections is critical. One thing that I want to be very clear on to all of my colleagues in the City Council is somehow in the middle of pain, we can find purpose. We can learn from this tragedy so that it not only never happens again, but we also are educating our residents, holding landlords and property management companies accountable to make sure that self-closing doors actually close. We are regulating space heaters. We are working with all of our colleagues at the state level and the federal level for their bodies of government to also implement similar measures. But we are also strengthening the inspection process, the 311 process. We are increasing the standard by which minimum heating standards are applied for New Yorkers, because I want to be clear, what happened at Twin Parks Northwest could have happened anywhere in the city of New York. And even after January 9th, we've seen residential fires all across the city of New York. And we've seen some fatalities, some injuries, but many families have been displaced. Many have been traumatized trying to pick up the pieces and rebuild and return to normalcy. There is a reason why families are forced to use space heaters in the first place. So we have to acknowledge the conditions that many of our families and constituents are living in today. So this package of legislation before you, colleagues, is a great step forward. It is a great step of progress, but we know that it will not solve every single problem. We have to make sure that we are holding agencies accountable. We have a sufficient level of inspectors at every single agency, but also that we are following through on 311 calls. There are many instances where tenants are calling 311 as we ask them to do, but there's no follow-up. There's days before inspectors come out. We cannot allow that to happen. So I am grateful to all of you, colleagues, chairs. Thank you for not only your support of the Bronx, but realizing that this could happen anywhere in the city. And I also think it's important as we talk about short and long-term goals, there has to be a standard that we set for the level of services that we are providing to families that are displaced by a fire. The American Red Cross has been instrumental. Emergency management, instrumental, FDNY, NYPD, but all of the community groups on the ground, we want to recognize them as well and make sure that they have the support they need. Organizations like ICNA Relief, the Muslim Network Association, the Latino Restaurant Association, the Bronx Group, the Oyate Group, Gambian Youth Organization. So many clergy and everyday residents stepped up to help their neighbors, and for that we are grateful. Somehow in the middle of a storm, we will find strength, and we will learn from this tragedy and not let those that we've lost, the 17 neighbors, 9 adults and 8 children, their deaths will not be in vain. We have got to learn something in this city that causes us to wake up. These are wake-up calls, calls to action and calls to attention, with a recognition that fires happen all the time. And I appreciate you, Madam Chair, recognizing that in our work, language is very important. So we also want to be very careful talking about fire education and fire safety. We do not want to blame tenants. It is not a tenant's fault that they feel the need to use a space heater because they're not given sufficient heat. It is not their fault that they are making decisions for the safety of themselves and their children, their babies and their elders. But it is our responsibility as a government to do better by the tenants in this city. And so this tragedy at Twin Parks was absolutely preventable. It should have never happened, but it did happen, and we will never forget it. The lives that we have lost, we will never forget those families and the relatives that we've lost, but we will find purpose in the middle of pain. As the Bronx Borough President, we have invested so much time into not just the families at Twin Parks, but to helping everyone with short-term, long-term counseling and social services and trauma-informed care, as many of the families have decided to relocate. Can you imagine the trauma of families going to sleep and hearing the cries and screams of neighbors and children as they escape for their lives? That's the reality of what Twin Parks and so many other New Yorkers have faced when they're victims of fires as well. So I just want to speak and go on record in support of this package of legislation. I appreciate my colleagues in government and thank you all for all of your overwhelming support. There were many members of the City Council that don't even represent the Bronx that came to the Bronx to help us, came to Monroe College, came to help us sort through clothing. I am forever grateful as your Bronx Borough President. And of course, I have to acknowledge the members of the Bronx delegation, our co-chairs, Councilmember Eric Dinowitz, Councilmember Althea Stevens, and of course, I want to recognize our chairs, Chair Piarina Sanchez and Chair Oswald Feliz. Thank you for stepping up. Thank you for being the leaders that we need for such a time as this. We will get through this. We will continue to talk and strategize and collaborate and partnership together, because at the end of the day, we must do our part to prevent fires, to educate New Yorkers, to hold landlords and property owners accountable, and make sure that we are doing the work that we've all been called to do. So we will be officially submitting a written testimony to the committees in the next several days. Thank you so much for this important hearing today, and to all the members of the City Council. The Bronx is grateful for your commitment, your dedication, and your investment in saving the lives of all New Yorkers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Borough President Gibson. Next, we'll hear from James Lloyd, followed by Monica Bartley, followed by Salim Drameh and Ajifanta Manara. Apologies for the mispronunciations there. Mr. Lloyd, you could go ahead.
Time starts now.
Afternoon, Chair Feliz, Sanchez, Arreola. NYCCP is the trade association for New York's affordable housing industry. With 400 members, we're responsible for vast majority of subsidized housing both across the city and state. We're the nation's largest affordable housing trade group. Twin Parks fire was a terrible tragedy. NYCCP strongly supports fire prevention measures to prevent such fires in the future. For instance, Intro 131 for residential education outreach for space heaters, extremely important. We also encourage the council to work with the fire department to educate tenants as to what actions to take in the event of a fire. For instance, as you all know, at 250 Broadway, you do annual fire drills. However, we don't see the fire department doing that in residential buildings. Additionally, Intro 106, the standard of space heaters, very much in support of that. T 2020 6552, of course, and of course, supportive of the intros to improve enforcement around self-closing doors. For instance, I live in a rent-stabilized building with about 50 units. We don't have any self-closing doors at all. So forget, whether or not they're actually functional. We have none. So we're very much supportive of these and of your effort to improve education, to improve enforcement across the city, and of course to improve standards around the sales of space heaters. However, NYCCP strongly opposes Intro 115, which would increase the minimum indoor temperatures. Increasing interior temperatures will seriously impair the ability of the city to meet local law 97 goals, will probably result in increased carbon emissions as opposed to reduction of them. The buildings are responsible for 2/3 of New York City's carbon emissions. Most residential buildings are heated by burning natural gas or fuel oil. Fuel oil, number 2 oil these days, is chemically identical to diesel. Natural gas, of course, is extremely potent greenhouse gas. With leaks in the pipelines resulting in a lot of global warming. Also, both of them release nitrogen oxide when burned. And of course, fuel oil releases sulfur dioxide. Both of these will increase asthma rates if our members have to burn more of them to heat buildings to a much higher specification. Also, this will impair cost of buildings operations, which ultimately goes back to city coffers, given that these are governed by regulatory agreements, maintenance operations funds, so on and so forth. Also, fossil fuel industry closely linked to conflict and human rights violations across the world. Of course, you all know that Russia, uses the sale of fossil fuels to fund its war machine in Ukraine. So instead, we urge the council to work on ways in which the existing law can be better enforced, how buildings can be insulated and retrofitted to make temperatures consistent throughout the building while diminishing the need for fossil fuels at all. So that concludes my testimony. Happy to take any questions.
Time expired.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Monica Bartley, followed by Salim Drameh.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. Thanks, chairs, for allowing me to testify today. My name is Monica Bartley, Manager Community Organizers at the Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York. I'm a wheelchair. Sydney strongly supports a package of bills under consideration at this meeting. I'm a wheelchair user. And when I observed the tragedy that occurred at Twin Parks, it gave me great cause for concern, as I know it would have been difficult for me to evacuate that building. As a wheelchair user, it is difficult to close the door behind me when I go through it. And this would even be more so in the case of an emergency like a fire. So it is very important that self-closing doors function as they should. I live on the second floor. If there's a fire, I would probably have to shelter in place until someone comes to assist me, because it would be very difficult to try to escape through a window as the elevators would be out of service. If we could ensure the fire is contained where it started, it may give people like myself a better chance of safely evacuating the building. Sydney supports reducing the amount of time for a landlord to correct the violation to keep or maintain self-closing doors from 21 days to 10 days. People with disabilities and seniors are more likely to use space heaters to stay warm because of inadequate heat. So it is essential that space heaters are properly certified to meet safety standards. There is need for public education and awareness on the proper use of space heaters. It is also very important that the fire department knows the units where people with disabilities reside, people who require additional assistance, such as seniors with mobility issues, people who are blind or deaf, who may not be alerted at the start of the fire. I'm told my building has sprinklers. How do I know it works? It has never been tested. So it is helpful if there's an evacuation plan in place in all buildings for people who need additional assistance. It is very disconcerting to think that many of us who have disabilities are likely to perish in situations like these. Sydney fully supports a package of bills being discussed today, because this would guarantee that proper safety measures are put in place that would assist people who need additional assistance like myself, and would protect all residents in a building generally, because it is very sad to see the number of lives lost in the Twin Parks fire that could have been prevented if proper regulations were in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, sorry about that. Next, we'll hear from Salim Drameh, followed by Anjifanta Morena. Sorry. Salim, you may go ahead.
Time starts now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Salim Drameh. I'm the president of the Family Organization. As many of you know, our organization and partner organizations have been at the forefront of relief efforts in response to the Twin Parks Northwest building. I want to thank the council, thank CM Sanchez, CM Felice, for taking the right steps into introducing legislation to, ensure that the tragedy that happened on January 9th never, ever happens again. So I've said it before, and many have said today, that this tragedy did not need to happen. The reason why, 17 innocent lives were taken on January 9th was because, of one, corporate greed, lack of enforcement, and lack of, keeping the building up to code. not a space heater. So, and also a negligent landlord that needs to be held accountable. As recent as today, some units in the 333 building, they still don't have sufficient heat. And it's both dangerous and traumatizing for our community members that have returned to the building. So the Bronx Park Phase 3 preservation, received 2,468 heat and hot water complaints submitted to the city's 311 service within the past 3 years. The Twin Parks Northwest specifically had numerous complaints, including no heat, broken radiators, broken doors, a broken pipe a month prior to the fire. One apartment had 10 complaints. That's unacceptable. And it's unacceptable in 2022 that you still have buildings with open violations not, again, being held accountable. So we asked that, the package of legislation be introduced by the council today to take into account the following recommendations I'm going to mention from our 333 community advocacy plan. There's a plan that was formulated by GYO and tenants and other partner organizations and larger community members, which has, gained support of over 700 signatures. And I'm going to mention some of those recommendations as we go by. So for housing, we know that right now 333 residents, they are still in hotels, and the hotel stays have been, extended to May 7th. We're saying that we want that we want the housing process to be expedited so that, those that are displaced can get a permanent housing, which includes, undocumented residents, additional families that are not on the list. There's no reason, again, we should have to constantly extend hotels. Also, all 333 residents should be provided, some kind of rent relief, which they have. But I'm saying ongoing, if there has to be like a extension of hotels, that the rent be waived, and probably even a pathway to home ownership should be provided to 333 residents. And we hear I have fines here as well. We understand that there's already a fine of $250 to $500 per day for heat and hot water violations. The city and state government should increase the monetary fine to even $1,000 per day on negligent landlords who have been found to provide inadequate heat and hot water and have failed to, provide routine maintenance. Because they're making millions, these landlords are making millions of hardworking tenants, and they cannot be left off the hook like this while they ignore complaints. We're asking that we recommend that there's a suspension of payment of Section 8 housing vouchers or CVR. These negligent landlords who are recipients of these Section 8 housing vouchers or CVR should have their payments suspended until they are found to be in compliance. These negligent landlords who have also been found to have an excessive amount of violations accounting for 15 or more days in a calendar year should have criminal charges pursued against them by the city. We have another for HPD. HPD should revamp its building inspection apparatus to ensure that buildings are properly inspected and landlords rectify any violations. These residents should be notified by mail and public postings in their buildings of any pending violations in accessible languages, in the language that they understand. And also, inspections of residential buildings of the city of New York should be decreased from 5 years to 3 years, as someone just mentioned, because it should not take 5 years, it should be 3 years. And as per Executive Order 12 from the mayor's office, HPD and FDNY should immediately conduct a thorough inspection of Twin Parks Northwest building located at 333 East 181st Street for fire safety and building code violations. Number 6, all residential housing units should have temperature control monitors inside their apartments. The current temperature law, we already know, during the winter months in the city is set at 62 degrees from 10 p.m. to 6 p.m. This should be increased to 68 degrees to better accommodate the decreasing temperatures during the city's coldest months. I'm about to end right now. Going to fire safety. The city government should install, hallway sprinklers, self-closing doors, and a two-way operating intercom system. Because someone mentioned here that, that residents, should have stayed inside. But again, when there's a chaos, you're not thinking about that. Okay. But let's say, what if we had a two-way intercom system that these firefighters can communicate with residents? Maybe there's an announcement being made, stay inside, something that could have helped out. The last thing, the city government, along with the FDNY, should ensure that all apartments and residential buildings throughout the city of New York have a smoke detector, a fire extinguisher, a fire escape plan, accessible again in all languages. Every residential building in the city of New York should have at least 2 designated fire marshals responsible for executing the building's fire escape plan. And I'm ending off here. I urge the committee and housing agencies to make it a priority to invest these city dollars in first installing these safety measures in all existing buildings in NYC. And I want to thank you all for your commitment and time, and look forward to hearing from you and working with you all in the future. Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Salim, and we really appreciate all the work that you've been doing 24 hours a day to help families affected by the fire. We also agree that these are steps that we're taking, but much more is needed. When there's a fire, the smoke spreads through every possible place, not only to the hallways, but also even through the air vents. And that could be a scary thing for tenants when they go into their apartments, given that their apartment is fireproof, and then they see smoke entering through the air vents. That could be a very scary situation. So thank you so much, and we are definitely working on every possible item to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. So thank you so much. Next up is Ajifanta Morena from GYO, the Gambian Youth Organization.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all. Thank you to all the council members here for your time and for introducing this very much important legislations. My colleague Salim has already touched on our recommendations and the need for all of them to be addressed and included in the legislation package. I'm just here again to just emphasize again the need for holding landlords and building owners accountable for making sure that they follow building codes and fire safety requirements, and for the need of inspections, especially in the Bronx and in the South Bronx, where the fire, in the South and West Bronx, where the fire happened. Too often our communities have been neglected, we have been forgotten, and when we make these complaints and reports as tenants, it is always ignored and not addressed. So I just want to again just urge the council members and thank them for holding HPD, FDNY, and landlords accountable again, and making sure that whatever legislation is passed, it's enforced. I think the importance here is the enforcement of it, because we see what happens when it is not enforced. So once again, thank you all, and we do hope you take the GYO recommendations into account as well.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Pilar de Jesus, followed by Noel Francois, followed by Lyric Thompson.
Time starts now.
Sorry, excuse me. I was munching on my pizza, forgive me. Caught me off guard. Good afternoon, my name is Pilar de Jesus. I am a senior advocacy coordinator at Take Root Justice, specifically in the tenant unit. I work in, I'm here today both as a senior advocacy coordinator, but mostly as friends of, I've become friends of many of the tenants and the organizers like GYO. And I just want to speak to, and I want to echo all the things that GYO just mentioned and some of the things that Legal Service mentioned. Accountability, especially in my experience, I've been working with tenants and community-based organizations that have been going after, some of the landlords that are on a list that exists in this city, the worst landlords. This landlord in particular, I think HPD had mentioned they weren't sure about how many violations. If you go to the website, Who Owns What, you can look up that the landlord owns, based on this data, 128 buildings. And in this data, when I do a little, I sort it out, this is just me roughly estimating, about 90% of the complaints listed here are heat and hot water. And again, that's just a rough estimate. It could probably be lower than that. But this information is available. Tenants have been filing HP cases against landlords for this very same thing. In my experience in working with tenants, this has become somewhat of a tactic of the landlords with this no heat, no gas. taking their time to make repairs, having tenants live in some really horrific conditions, and then using, let's say, especially because majority of this happens in our marginalized communities. And so a lot of the time you won't see a lot of the 311 calls because a lot of tenants are scared about the retaliation, because a lot of, in my experience of talking with tenants, landlord uses the 311 calls to retaliate against tenants. So it doesn't mean that the violation doesn't exist. It just means the landlord, again, and this is not all landlords, but a lot of the landlords that I've worked with tenants, this is their experience. They believe that also, they get that call from HPD, the landlord, and then they make the repair. So when the inspector comes out, it looks like there's no violation, and then it goes back, and it becomes a game. And this is something I've seen in the last 7 years working with tenants. And it's really, really, I really would love to really see some accountability when it comes to this, when it comes to holding landlords really accountable. The small fees that are, forgive me, my dogs are playing now. The fees that are given to these landlords are not enough, because what's happening to tenants, excuse me, their livelihood is, as we can see what it did to 333, is really harmful, and it can cause a lot of instability in the mental health. And forgive me, I'm thrown off by my 2 doggies here who decided to play, but I just want to say that let's please listen to the tenants. And, I don't know if this could really happen, but maybe it's time to go after these landlords in a criminal way, because honestly, in my experience with housing court, bringing the landlord to court for the basic necessities, it's just not there. It's a long process that it's exhausting, and it's, in my experience, doesn't really get what the tenants deserve. And I'll put so much more in my testimony, but HPD, the landlords really need to be held accountable. And if you guys as legislators need information, you can get this information to see, like, just put the landlord's address on who owns what, and you can see all the data and all the properties they own, and you can start seeing for yourself. There's a theme here. All right, thank you. Sorry for that noise.
No worries. Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Noel Francois, followed by Lyric Thompson.
Time starts now.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much to Council Members Feliz, Sanchez, Areola, Hudson, and the many co-sponsors of Intro 115 for recognizing the opportunity to make our city safer and prevent horrible tragedies like the Twin Parks fire in the Bronx. My name is Noelle Francois, and I'm the Executive Director of HeatSeek, a nonprofit that works exclusively with tenants experiencing insufficient heat in their apartments in the wintertime. We use smart temperature sensors to accurately and reliably document the indoor temperature during the winter months and help tenants prove when the temperature in their apartments is too low. While many of our tenants experience egregiously low temperatures, far below the current thresholds, we've also come to understand through our experience working with hundreds of tenants over the past 7 years that the thresholds themselves are also too low. The existing temperature thresholds are cold. They are not comfortable temperatures for many people in the winter months, especially for the elderly and young children. We also know that many landlords straddle the line, heating apartments 1 to 2 degrees below the threshold in order to save money, knowing that they are unlikely to get caught. Even though the daytime threshold is currently 68 degrees, our understanding, based on conversations with HPD inspectors and written violation reports that we have reviewed, is that HPD does not issue a heat violation unless the temperature in the apartment is 64 degrees or below. This buffer is unacceptable. I don't know if you can see this, but this is a photo of the 9-point inspection brochure that Ms. Santiago mentioned from HPD, which very clearly states that HPD violations are only issued for temperatures 65 degrees and below. This tenant who shared this photo with us, this tenant had an inspection on January 30th. The landlord ignored the heat violation. HPD initiated the process to come in and make repairs to this tenant's apartment, and yet it is now April 6th, and it is currently 63 degrees in this tenant's apartment. This tenant has over 2,000 hours of illegally cold temperatures in their apartment. And even when HPD's process works exactly as it's supposed to, this tenant cannot get a resolution in an acceptable time frame. This tenant is not unique to the tenants that we work with. We believe increasing the temperature threshold and providing a mechanism for ensuring adequate enforcement of the law with a focus on resolution should happen to keep New Yorkers safe. We agree with the comments by Councilmember Krishnan that the entire HPD enforcement system is broken and needs to be radically reimagined. When people cannot stay warm in their homes, we see them turn to space heaters, stovetops, and ovens to heat their homes. And the recent tragedy in the Bronx showed yet again how dangerous this can be. If we want to reduce the likelihood of tragic outcomes for alternative heating sources,
Time expired.
we must increase the threshold temperature so that a truly warm temperature is maintained in the building with the building's existing heating system. Increasing the temperature thresholds will keep thousands of New Yorkers safe and truly warm in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Lyric Thompson.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. For the last 6 years, I have had to fight HPD over egress and door standards. For the first 4.5 years, we had approximately 30 violations written and removed on a door that never should have been on the building. Can you hear me? I'm getting all these little things.
Yes, we can hear you, yes.
Okay. Yeah, for the first 4.5 years, they wrote violations and removed on a door that never should have been there. January 1st, 2019, my neighbor calls me. The door is sealed shut. They can't get out of the building. And it took about 45 minutes to open this door. Now, as I'm opening the door, I'm wondering if there were a fire, where would these people go? She lives on the 3rd floor. We don't have fire escapes. All she has is a balcony. So there's no access out through the backyard because we caught the landlord hacking at gas lines when he was hacking out our common area heating. So we don't have that access. All she would have is this little exit discharge. When I opened the door, I realized that not only was the door not fire rated, but there was a vent in the smoke stopping fire rated wall. We called HPD, they came out, they said everything's fine, tighten the screw on the broken striker plate. It took me getting DOB's Commissioner Tim Hogan involved before I got a violation written for this non-compliant door. Now, that was 2019. HPD came out, wrote a violation, and May 13th, they came out in perfect form and removed the violation without the repair being done. 6 days later, the FDNY had to come out and remove that defective door hardware before it burned our building to the ground. HPD does not take their responsibility to enforce the multiple dwelling laws or the housing maintenance code seriously, as I believe was testified by Anne Marie Santiago this afternoon when she said they didn't really check self-closing doors before 2017. Well, the laws for self-closing doors have been written, they were written a long time before 2017. I mean, in the 2008 construction code, they have not only the definition of self-closing doors, but they also go on to say that exit passageways, that all corridor or exit passageway doors shall be self-closing, non-combustible, and smoke-proof. I am currently fighting with HPD over clearance and gaps in the door. HPD sent out about 2 weeks ago, HPD, DOB, and DOI came out to check our egress doors, and they said they were fine. Now, I was stumped because they're not fine. NFPA codes, which I'm glad the chief testified that those are the codes that govern these doors. NFPA 252 requires no more than 1/8 of an inch in between the door and the door jamb. And I could stick my hand through the door, and I'm a normal sized person. I'm not a hobbit with paper thin fingers. I should not be able to do that. Yet these 3 agencies said that this was fine. So I called DOB Development.
Time expired.
And off the buildings, those are the guys that have to know these codes for doors and for egress. I asked the guy about the standards. I told him the conditions, and he told me what I knew, what I already knew, that I was not incorrect. These doors are not compliant. We then discussed his training. They have to take NFPA classes and courses. They have to pass tests because these are the fire construction codes. Now, you know who doesn't have to take those tests or courses is HPD and DOB enforcement. two portions of two different agencies that are tasked with enforcing these standards. How is HPD to know the standards and enforce them if they have never been taught these standards? Now, these laws that you've suggested, 0104, redefining self-closing doors, my concern is that you add that it does not require a key from the inside of a dwelling. Now, the definition of a dwelling is any building occupied in whole or in part as a temporary or permanent home or residence for one or more families. So technically, my apartment door is a door that I open with a key in a dwelling. So you should probably look at that. With regards to the timing and inspections for HPD, I agree, a self-closing door should be a C violation, but gaps in a door should also be a C violation, because those gaps in the door are going to let smoke and fire, penetrate and cause my fire door to fail. Yet HPD thinks that's fine. It's not fine. A plastic vent in a smoke stopping fire rated wall. I literally had to get DOB commissioner involved to explain to Anne Marie Santiago that you could not have a vent that shares air in a wall that is supposed to stop air and have to pass an air leakage test. The landlord just plastered over that, so we still have fire penetration issues. Our problems are not a lack of laws. Our problem is a lack of qualified people in management and all the way down. Training is elementary to doing this job. And I can't see how Anne-Marie Santiago takes it very seriously when this long into her career, she still doesn't know these codes. I was going to go on about the heating, but I'll stop here. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you for your testimony. Moving on, we'll turn to the last person, who's Robert Eustachi. He's on Zoom. Robert, you may go ahead once you're unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Robert Eustace. I'm the Vice President of the Uniform Firefighter Association. I'm also a firefighter in Ladder 27. That was the rig parked in front of the building you saw, and the firefighter with the baby. That was the same company. It's my company, Ladder 27. There's been a lot of these tragedies over the years. I'm going to go through and highlight some of them, and then I'm going to kind of get into some of the points I want to discuss. Someone touched on the Black Sunday fire earlier, which was illegal compartmentation, where 6 firefighters had to jump out of a 5th floor window. 2 of them died from their injuries that day. 3 others were basically crippled. 1 died later on from their injuries. That was because of illegal compartmentation, because of the landlord. There was a Prospect Avenue job within the Belmont section of the Bronx. I was actually working that day where 13 people died, where another one where his door was left open. Laws were passed after that fire to prevent that as well. Twin Parks North, we talked about that. There was the Mike Davidson fire. That was on a movie set. What happened there is we showed up and the building wasn't what as it seemed. There was miscommunication as far as what it should have been and what the building was inside. The building was disguised. There was a lot of very, very hot fire due to the plastics that were disguising the building that were inside there. This building, another thing that needs to be touched on that people have talked about multiple times today is self-closing doors and people staying in, staying out. This commercial is about closing the doors. Keep the doors closed, keep the doors closed. Every floor in this building is a level and it's 3 stories. I don't know if people are aware of that. These are federal buildings that run up and down Webster Avenue. The building down the road on T-Bout Avenue is what we call my first 2 building that I've been in. Today is my 21st anniversary on the New York City Fire Department. 21 years ago, I started in EMS and I worked 3 years there before I became a New York City firefighter. I respond to 3 different types of these buildings. They're very, very difficult to navigate. So part of the other reason that these buildings are very, very difficult, and the reason I'm mentioning this is because it comes into play with building inspection, knowledge of these buildings, and how civilians exit these buildings. You have a hotel mentality. If you look at the front of the building in Twin Parks, you look at it, there's a carport, if you will, underneath the side there, and then the staircase exits in what they call the back. We call the 2-3 corner, which enters to a lot. The other buildings empty into locked courtyards. The reason I mention that is no one would ever go down these. If you go into the standard public housing building, most of the staircases empty into the lobby or into the front of the building, so people would commonly use them. When a building's level is 3 stories in between, you're not going to take those staircases down 1 or 2 stairs when it's that far. And when the staircase doesn't go anywhere, you're definitely not going to take that. So it's something to be considered when you consider about education and different things like that along those lines, which makes these buildings extremely unique. Someone once told me that the zoning committee in New York City is like the KGB. When Amazon came around, you couldn't know what was going on or anything. We need to have some sort of understanding about when these buildings come in here, because we can go in them and learn them as much as we want, but we need to get a heads up on them. And that brings me to my point of there's boots on the ground for what we do as the New York City Fire Department, and then there's the fire inspectors. The fire inspectors brought up a really good point, and my point is this: we need to have a lot more money in the New York City fire budget. The tragedy that happened on Black Sunday, we had ropes in the New York City Fire Department. They were taken away from us, and those 6 firefighters that jumped that day didn't have those ropes because they were taken away. They won a significant lawsuit because of that. The fire inspectors are talking about their CO monitors were taken away. 91% of the New York City fire budget is what they call operational, which means in some way or form you're going to respond to 911. So every time there's a quote unquote cut across the board that's equal because we need to trim the haircut or something like that, that just can't be with the New York City Fire Department. They need a lot more money. The fire inspectors need a lot more money. If you're doing a building inspecting on the Empire State Building and you try to send a fire truck, we're doing a once over. That's 20 minutes if you try to go to the 80th floor to get back downstairs, to get up and down. That's not feasible for 911 operation. These fire inspectors are critical for what they do. And like I said, they're understaffed. They have dozens and dozens of positions on staff. That is very critical. For us, what we call the 5th firefighter was mentioned, highlighted. Deputy Chief Vinny Dunn is one of the significant contributors to the Firefighter FDY books. He did a study on getting water to the fire on a 6th-floor tenement. If you have 5 firefighters on that rig and you stretch a hose line, it'll take you about 6 minutes to do that. If you have 4 firefighters, it'll take you 11 minutes. It's nearly half the amount of time. And the most significant safe thing you can do in a fire is put water on that fire. And that's just a fact. So, firefighter Danny Swift was awarded the Bronze Star in Iraq because firefighter Chris Angledrum died. Chris Angledrum died because he was sitting in the front seat of a Humvee. And that was back in Iraq, if you remember, because there was no protection on the front seats. So they had to make their own thing. It was kind of a lesson learned that day. And it was like how you cover things up. And there was no protection that way. So we tried to learn from that mistake and move forward. The fire department used to, before they had Niederman system, which is an exhaust system to stop the rigs from backing in, they used to paint the firehouses black. That's a true story, so that you didn't see the exhaust stains. These are the things that we want to try to prevent moving forward. And you need more money in the budget to do this. And there's all these tragedies, and for myself, working in these neighborhoods, working in the Bronx for 21 years now, we need significant help. The fire prevention needs significant help. And a lot of the things, someone brought up carbon footprint. I thought that was a great point. The more you want to save on these things, the more you want to do a lot of these things, and the more plastics you're going to put into an apartment. A lot of the immigrants coming into this country, a lot of the different people in my family, this next year will be 100 years from my family coming over this country. They're going to buy cheaper things. They're going to buy cheaper products to bring into this country and to make ends meet, to try to get by in these poorer neighborhoods. So we're going to have to be able to adapt to that. The firefighters have to be able to adapt to that, and fire prevention is going to be able to do that. We almost need a CCRB for housing, in my opinion, to cover everything from HVB to fire prevention to everything to monitor this. But we need to put a significant money in that because there seems to be people that are getting around this. So that's just my 2 cents on this. And thank you very much for your time, Councilmember Felice, Chairwoman Ariola, and all the rest of the city councilmen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Bobby. We're going to finish off. There's an individual who's on Zoom who's labeled as SB. If you'd like to testify, please speak now. One last time. Person on Zoom labeled SB, if you'd like to testify. Hearing no response, we're going to turn to Chair Felice to close out this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone that testified today, from the fire department to HPD to tenants affected by the fire to GYO, the Gambian Youth Organization, and every single legal organization that testified at today's hearing. I'll conclude the hearing by mentioning and reiterating what I mentioned earlier. The Twin Parks tragedy was a horrible tragedy. We must do everything within our power to make sure that something like that never happens again. We have to create a stronger system of housing laws and fire safety laws. And we also have to make sure, as we heard today, that we are aggressively enforcing our laws. The fire and the tragedy in Twin Parks was preventable, and we have to make sure that something like that it never happens again. Have to enforce our heating laws, our self-closing door laws, and never create the situation where families feel like they have to use a space heater in order to survive a cold winter. Landlords are already required to keep apartments in a safe and a habitable condition, and that requires and includes proper heating. So I want to thank everyone that testified today. This committee, the Committee on Fire Prevention, is committed to building that stronger system of enforcement to make sure that our families and our tenants are protected. So I want to thank everyone that testified today, and I'll also briefly pass it off to the co-chairs. If you have any additional comments before we conclude.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Felice. Thank you, Chair Ariola, for collaborating on this hearing and creating this space. And I also just want to echo the thank you to everybody who testified today.
Absolutely the same sentiment. Thank you for everyone who testified. And I'm proud to be part of this amazing team that's addressing this issue and the legislation that's going to be put forth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that concludes today's hearing on fire safety in the City of New York. Thank you so much.